We're going to hop into a regain run here, and I will do my best to walk you through why I'm doing what I'm doing and give you some live commentary here. So we're already in a good spot to start off our regain run, being in a 3-plate armor system, a tempered plate carrier specifically, coming out of a regain run in Kosh. This is really going to help us as a solo player, although I probably would prefer to be in a med vest even if I was solo. Being in a tempered plate carrier solo is just going to increase my inventory space passively by allowing me to fully plate with 2 plates instead of 3. So that'll give me 33% and beyond, like over 33% more efficient use of bag space with just plates alone. That'll also make every dollar I spend on plates more effective. So that'll help me to conserve some of my wallet, and that'll help me to translate that into more money that I pull out for future naked regains when I'm fighting. It'll help me save money that I can spend on weapon attachments or field upgrades, munitions boxes, that kind of stuff. And it'll just help my overall survivability and combat effectiveness, because I'm going to be able to use my inventory more effectively than guys that are not in tempered plate carriers. I'm also going to be able to re-engage and replate faster than other guys. So that will also help me directly in a gunfight. And I'll probably have to do a dedicated video on the tempered plate carrier at some point in the future. But it is a top 2 plate carrier system. The top one being far and beyond is the med vest, and then second to that will be the tempered plate carrier. So one thing I might do even in a regain run is I might try to build a med vest or find one off a dead guy. But if I'm in a regain run, I'm usually not looking to actively hunt players, because I'm trying my best to extract, survive and extract with as much gear, with as much loot as possible. And anytime, even if you're winning those engagements, you're putting yourself into a position to be collapsed on by a third party, and so you're leaving yourself vulnerable at the very end of that gunfight, and so you just run the risk of not extracting more often if you are actively seeking out gunfights. And taking another guy's loot is definitely an effective way of regaining and getting contraband weapons, cash, and kill streaks. But the safest way as a solo player is going to be not not playing as a coward or running away, but fighting in a defensive fashion, and fighting for your life, basically fighting as a survivalist. So it's probably more entertaining and to regain as a hunter, but it's just going to be more time and cost effective and just smarter overall to play your regains in a survivalist kind of mode. And if I'm regaining, I'm not looking to net a whole bunch of kills. I'm just basically I will kill in order to not be killed in a regain. Unless I can tell that, you know, whoever is downrange of me is much lower skill, I may, or if I'm in a serious position of advantage and somebody makes an obvious fumble or just very unwise decisions, uh, I will, take that fight voluntarily. I will be the aggressor in that fight. If I can be reasonably sure that um, it'll be easy for me to dispatch them um, in an offensive manner. But typically I'm just fighting just to survive in a regain and as a solo player generally. Um, so one thing that'll happen in as you play solo is you're going to want to carry as many self-revive tools as possible without sacrificing too many of your inventory slots uh, that you could otherwise use for armor plates or ammunition, what have you. So my last regain run, in any solo run, I'm going to carry a revive pistol that I find in match in my field upgrade slot as a backup selfie. Um, and in addition to that, I'm going to stow an extra selfie or two, or an extra revive pistol or two in my first slots, so that when I open up my inventory, I can quickly cycle to them, and I don't have to waste time um, cycling all the way to the end of my bag or into the middle of my bag to equip an item that's going to save my life. So as you're doing a solo run, as you're going into and preparing for a solo run, you could choose to keep that revive pistol rather than switching it out for any other field upgrade. Um, the revive pistol is a field upgrade that you're going to lose when you can't go back and choose it again from your field upgrade menu. It's not available to you. So once you pick one of these other field upgrades, it's going to give you a text prompt. Are you sure you want to unequip this, because you're going to lose it if you decide, if you second guess yourself and decide that you actually do want the res pistol. So you can choose, and that's a very wise decision. It's a good choice to make, to keep that backup selfie as a um, solo survivalist option. But since I'm a smoke player, I am still going to choose to carry a different field upgrade, specifically the Muni box, to get more smokes to enable me to just make a wider variety of plays, whether that be an offensive or a defensive play, or a distractionary play, like throwing a smoke in a direction that you're not going to go in, to make a team believe that you're either advancing or retreating when you're doing the opposite, when you intend to do the opposite. So, and having a Muni box at the start of the match enables me to stow my first smoke in one of my first slots, and to immediately deploy that munitions box and re-up on 2 full smokes in my tactical slot. And so now I have 3 smokes instead of just the one that you're going to come in with. You can also get an extra throwing knife. I'm going to double my throwing knife count by hitting that munitions box off the rip. And you know, even though you can pick up your throwing knives, you're still going to have to find them. They're going to ricochet off things. You're going to miss throwing knives against players and against bots, and you're really going to need those throwing knives. Um, if you don't have your throwing knife, you don't have that extra damage um, as melee. Your throwing knife does convert your melee damage into knife damage, which will immediately break a player on one swipe and will fully down a player in 2 swipes if you can get both off. And obviously, you know, you're not going to have a throwable knife, so you're not going to have that ranged uh, armor break or that range down or execute option. So you're always going to have to keep at least one throwing knife on you if you choose to run this lethal. If you're without a throwing knife, um, your play style is dependent on that throwing knife, and you will get yourself killed by trying to quickly down a guy, quickly finish a guy, or quickly break a guy, and you'll just not be able to because you won't have your throwing knife, and that will waste those precious moments that could otherwise, um, you know, that would have won you a singular gunfight or an entire team wipe. That those precious 1 or 2 moments where you're intending to throw a knife and you don't have it could very easily get you killed. Same thing with a smoke. Um, you're always going to wish that you had that smoke when you didn't. When you try to throw it or panic and you know, try to get yourself out of a tight spot, and you don't have one. So that's why the muni box is. That's why I'm going to go with the muni box over the res pistol, and that's why you always have to keep uh, these items stocked if you are choosing to run with them. So since we're doing a regain run, we're not going in naked to fight with the intention of fighting. So I'm not going to do my maximum cap of $20,000 or even $30,000. I'm just going to go down to 10 for this regain run, and that'll get me started with, you know, an extra munitions box, some plates in the pocket, or a couple attachments on whatever ground loot weapon I choose to upgrade, whether that be a ground loot Vaznev or some other type of ground loot AR or SMG, or a fully built TAC high-rise or high-rise TAC or Chemist N13 Bravo that I can repair, that can delete some of those extraneous attachments and put on preferred attachments. So I'm going to equip my munitions box. I'm going to put on a some type of AR. I'm going to think about which AR exactly I want to take in here. It's going to be either either attack, um, maybe a cast-off 74U, which is a hybrid weapon. It can double as an SMG. I don't think I'm in the mood to run an advancer right now. I haven't been I'm not warm on the advancer right at this moment. I could also choose to bring in a hemlock, but it is a relatively low fire rate weapon. It does only have a 45 round max capacity magazine, and you are getting a lot of damage out of those 45 rounds, but um, you know, sometimes you need those few extra rounds just to net a down or an armor break or something to dissuade the other guy from pushing you further. Um, Sometimes you have a large group of bots that you just have no choice but to dispatch. Um, so I think I'm still going to, even though I intend to pick up uh, a attack in a similar build. This is the high-rise tack, so it's going to come with 5 attachments on it, and I want to keep most of these. I'm just going to get rid of the holotherm optic, and if I have the extra resources in time and cash, I'm going to, you know, put armor piercing rounds on it, the weapon attachment, uh, or I'm going to put a laser, or I'm definitely going to put the AP rounds on it, but I may also choose to swap out the angled foregrip for a laser, just to make it a little bit more snappy and mobile. So this is the tack that you'll find at high rise that we're going to be gunning for. Um, of the two weapons, of the two ARs that are in every game that I know where exactly they're going to be and that they're fully built out into a near optimal state. Um, the TAC high rise or the Chemist M13 Bravo. This is the better choice. Uh, it's much lower fire rate, but it's much higher damage per round, and it's much more accurate, especially at range, with its iron sight setup. So this is the preferred weapon of the two that you want to go for. Having to make a choice between the two weapons, because typically they're going to be um, you know, far apart from each other, and if you make a commitment to go for one, that usually means that you'll have to forego getting the other one, uh, or it's just, you know, even if they're close, you're going to draw a lot of attention going for the Chemist weapon, no matter what stage of the game it's in, um, just because of the number of bots that are going to be shooting back at you when you go for that Chemist weapon, and that AoE damage that you're always going to have to contend with fighting in that gas uh, when it's not spreading, when it's just in that contained within its zone. Uh, you know, the first half hour of the game before the gas starts spreading, it ticks at a much higher damage. So you're going to have to be, even if you're not taking that damage, you're going to have to be cycling through gas masks, uh, or have a stock of rad blockers on hand and pop those before you go into the gas, um, and you're just going to be more vulnerable going for the Chemist. So I'll go for the Chemist first if I'm spawned on the south side of the map, as the high rise tack uh, is going to be at high rise on the north side of the map, and so I'll take the Chemist if I do spawn on the south side of the map and the Chemist is also on the south side of the map. That's a very easy decision to make. Becomes a little bit more complicated when the Chemist spawns near quarry, because quarry is always a hot spot, no matter what time of day or what, especially early in the game, there's always probably going to be some kind of fighting in or around quarry, around those POIs. So if the chemist spawns near quarry, or in quarry, I'm probably going to try to go right for the high-rise tack, or try to get myself set up to go into Kosh. So this is just a modified version of the high-rise tack. It's going to have the holotherm deleted, and it's going to have, in the place of the optic option, it's going to have that AP weapon attachment, and the only other modification I've made to it is I've just swapped the angled foregrip for a laser. So those are the only two differences between the high-rise tack and this modification of it is the laser option and the AP rounds. And sometimes I'll choose to keep that angled foregrip, the F-tack Ripper, and but I'm always going to add the AP rounds on it on any AR. They're very, very powerful for bullet penetration. So let's get our modified high-rise tack in there, and let's launch into a match here. And we might want to take a L2 card in case we do go Kosh. I'll just take in a one-use card, which will break upon my one and only use, which will free up some more inventory space, which is crucial as a solo. You have to be completely self-reliant as a solo player, so that one extra inventory slot could be dedicated to a self-revive option, to more armor plates, to another munitions box or an armor box or what have you. And we're coming in on this guy with a kill streak from Koche. Bomb Squad, a very good first perk to have. So I think we're ready to go here. I do have a couple missions equipped. The L2 restricted zones do count as strongholds. So that will, if I do end up clearing an L2 zone, I'm not going to do any strongholds topside. I just don't want that much attention drawn to me as a solo player doing a regain run, but that will count for a restricted zone in Koche towards that mission. And we will launch into it. And as I get in match, I'm going to turn up my in-game audio. So you're going to have a harder time hearing my narration, but don't strain yourself and don't blast out your audio just to be able to hear me. I'll try to speak in between the loud moments, and I'll keep myself on party-only chat. So don't be worried about me broadcasting myself to the entire lobby. Oops, sorry, forgot about that glitch. Resets you when you go out of social. a bit low energy at the moment. I'm trying to reset my sleep schedule. Got interrupted with work very late last night, so I've lost a lot of sleep, but try to keep my energy up for you. And it's one thing you don't want to do. You don't want to be hunting in a low mental state. You want to be fully aware and alert as you're hunting to just make better decisions and to also just have better reaction time. So I'm going to turn up my in-game audio here in a minute. Alright, I'm going to bump up my audio to 100%. So just turn down your headphones.
Welcome to Al Mazrah. Exploring, looting, and securing intel will open access to missions and targets. Expect resistance from local forces, and watch for other operators in the AO.
Try to get out of the spawn immediately.
Vehicle marked!
Ultra One, activity has increased in the area. Keep your eyes open. One, activity is increasing near your location. Stay alert. That target was El Toreador of the Las Almas cartel. There was a bounty contract out for him. You just secured it.
So my first priority here is to get another self-revive. Was able to successfully lose that team.
Enemy vehicle!
Taking the Hummer, and they're going away from us. Just figuring out if I want to go for chemist.
Ultra One, you've got hostile reinforcements incoming.
I think I can probably still get
Vehicle marked!
Get that tack, unless I can find some rad blockers, but I don't want to. There's a lot of bots in this area. Some gunfire to the right. I want to try to go for chemist here. That is guaranteed M13 Bravo and an advanced UAV. It sounds like maybe there's a team up there in chemist already. So I think I'm gonna just move. Move to high rise.
1, you've got hostile reinforcements incoming. Ultra One, we're seeing increased activity in the area. Stay sharp.
Vehicle marked!
Ultra One, enemy threat is moderate near your location. Ultra One, be advised, enemy attack helo is heading your way. You're entering a denied area. Stay alert. Ultra One, activity has increased in the area. Keep your eyes open.
dicey there, but made a decision to forego both chemist and high rise. I had lost advantage on both. Wasn't in a good position to look for rad blockers in Actar. There's just a lot of bots there that would attract a lot of attention. Cycling through them, trying to survive. I didn't have a selfie. So you don't want to be in a place as a solo player without a selfie with a high bot count. For the bots alone, but also for just the attention they draw. And I'd also lost advantage on the high-rise tack. So I decided to go for Kosh here for a relatively safe regain option.
Ultra One, we've lost signal on your location.
I'm gonna get rid of my smokes to change out for something more useful. Kosh. Extra plates. So I'm actually going to drop that selfie for it.
1, be advised. Ultra 1, you got hostile reinforcements incoming. Ultra 1, we're seeing increased activity.
Next priority is to look for some nods. Wait, I have nods.
Ultra 1, there's increased enemy activity. Ultra 1, you've got hostile reinforcements incoming. Be advised, hostile activities increasing in the area.
يمكن في شيء.
كل شي منيح هون.
يعود فيها الوضع المثالي. شوفي معي أمر لطيف.
Ultra One, be advised, threats are moving. Ultra One, you've got hostile reinforcements incoming. advised, hostile activity. Reinforcements incoming.
Let's see if I want to play this.
Ultra One, activity is increasing near your location. Stay alert. Ultra One, be advised, winds are picking up. Move to an extraction point. Ultra One, there's increased enemy activity. Ultra One, you've got hostile reinforcements incoming. 1, be advised, hostile activities increasing in the area.
Guys, turn down your headphones, turn down.
All Ultra, communications re-secured. Work down there.
So I went radio silent there for most of that Kosh run. We were on a very high ping server, so I was getting a ton of packet burst, and that really affects your it affects everything about the game, about your gameplay, how you have to compensate for that. So, and especially in places with you know, when you're playing within small confined spaces like Kosh, a lot of tight corners, corridors, hallways, things like that, you really have to be on your A game with your movement. And as I'm trying to peek, if I'm busting through a door and trying to clear a room that way, I'm trying to go in a full tack sprint and basically tack sprint into the door and jump right at the threshold of that door and do essentially a 360 scan of the room very quickly, and that becomes very hard to do on high ping. Everything kind of, especially when you, it seems that when you load into a new room, when the game has to render in a whole bunch of stuff, you know, a big space, a lot of interactable items, a lot of detail in the world, things on shelves, things laying on desks, stuff like that, new lighting, everything. A lot of that packet burst comes in that very moment when you need the game to be as responsive as possible. That's when it really fails you. So I'm having to compensate with brain power to try to get every ounce of information I can through those moments of hard packet burst where you're getting very low FPS. So you might be getting just a couple frames in those moments where you really need you need, you know, hundreds of more frames. You're only getting a few, and that's, you know, I don't want to die to a guy camping in a corner or something because I just didn't see him because the game didn't give me that frame information. So I'm having to like really like overclock my brain to act as my, you know, PS4 and my internet connection, just trying to scan everything. But we did make it out alive. We made it out with a good amount of cash, and we got a couple contraband weapons. I had to make some decisions there about, there was a Bass P earlier in factory admin, but and I thought I might want to extract from Alpha Cluster, which is on the opposite side of the map, and I wanted to hold on to my insured AR for as long as possible because that thing's built out very well and I've used it a lot, so I can rely on that to fight teams or just bots. And at the very end there, I try to hold on to my insured weapon for as long as possible to just have the best weapon I possibly could have. And I ended up switching it out there at the end just for another SMG to pull out to add to my contraband stash. I know I'm going to get my insured back, so I'm okay with dropping that in a regain run. But if I drop it too early in a regain run and I need it later to fight a fully stacked team or 3,000 bots, um, there's a moment there where after I was downed, I was in that L2 zone at the back of Alpha Cluster, and a reinforcement elevator came in, and half a dozen tier 3 bots just stack on top of each other, and I have to go through an entire 60 round mag on the TAC to dispatch them. And so that's why I hold on to my insured weapon for as long as possible, because you'll need it for as long as possible. It'll just increase your survivability if you don't get rid of it earlier. I could have gone with, I could have picked up that Bass P earlier. I'm always going to be carrying 3 weapons on me during a regain run towards the end of the regain. So, but I don't want to have 2 SMGs in my hand because it's using the same ammo reserve. You're using your SMG ammo, your same reserve. So if you're using 2 different SMGs, you're just depleting your SMG ammo that much faster. And all you're going to have, if you have to switch, if you run dry on a weapon, if you're using a weapon, changing mags on it, if you run dry on that weapon, and you have the same weapon type in your other hand, when you switch to it, all you're going to have is just whatever ammunition you had loaded in that magazine, and then that's it. And you're dead in the water until you can switch to whatever weapon you have in your backpack. And if that's the same ammo type, then you're completely screwed. So and I didn't want to switch to that tack that I had picked up because I didn't want to have to use that tack because it has a holotherm on it. We'll take a look at that in a second. But that is that's something that you'll always have to deal with in the game. And that's something to keep in mind, is to always have weapons of different ammo types for your primary and secondary, so that you never run into that ammo problem. It always seems to happen when it's like the worst possible time for it to happen. So just to save your own life, you have to have 2 different weapons, 2 different weapon types. If you have 2 different ARs, it's gonna, you only have 1 weapon type or 1 ammo type. If you have 2 different SMGs, it's that same ammo reserve you're drawing from. And I switched to Simtex there towards the end because I was pretty confident that I wasn't going to be running into players, and I knew I had for the rest of the match I had tier 2 and 3 bots to deal with and riot shield bots. So I wanted that ability to quickly deal with riot shield bots. They can be pretty tricky, especially in a tight space, because they'll just immediately melee you, and it's really hard to get around them in a tight space to get shots behind their shield. And if you're in a tight space, if you if you throw a flash or a stun or something, you're also going to flash or stun yourself. So I made a mistake there. I tried to deal uh, with that riot shield bot in the back of Alpha Cluster in that L2 zone, in a doorway, in a, from a corridor. I should have just ran through that doorway because I knew that bots were pushing behind me from the door to the L2 zone I just unlocked. And so that's why I went down there, is because I took a bad fight against a riot shield bot that just has auto tracking on you and is impossible to deal with because of its immediate melee damage when you get up close to it. So you have to catch it in a weird animation to let it expose its side or its back to you, or you have to use a tactical to stun it, or you have to like blow, or you have to you have to have enough space to actually rotate around it, and only really from its right side, the side that it's holding that SMG or that pistol with. That's just going to expose more of its hitbox to you. So you want to rotate around a bot from your left in a circle to get shots onto it using just a regular weapon, or if you don't want to rotate from your right side, from its left side, because it's going to have just more of the shield up because it's not using that. It's using that arm to hold the shield, and it's using its other arm, its right arm, to hold its weapon up, so that that little bit of extra hitbox with on the weapon side from the arm itself, and it just seems to expose itself a little bit more from its right side. You want to rotate to your left around it in a circular fashion to get as much to get as many of your rounds into it as possible. And I couldn't do that from the poor positioning I chose there. I missed my initial flash on it. I threw it all the way through the doorway into the next corridor, so it completely, the splash damage on the flash grenade completely missed it. And I panicked there. I tried to flash it in that same corridor I was in, knowing that I would get flashed myself, but I was also just too close to it, so it was able to get a couple extra unnecessary melee hits on me. And that, paired with the tier 3 bot that was pushing up behind me from the door I just opened, was enough to down me there. So I also just took a second and waited, knowing that I was not dealing with enemy operators. I could take a second there in a down state to see what the bots were going to do, and they did actually back off and kind of reset themselves. And I wanted to also give myself just time to decide what to do based on what those bots were doing. Sometimes the bots will try to bloodthirst you, trying to finish you from a down state immediately, or if they get within a certain range, or if other kind of variables happen. So I was giving myself and the bots a little bit of extra time to kind of just reset the fight and see from which angle I wanted to play it. If I wanted to crawl further towards the right shield bot, or if I wanted to crawl towards that tier 3 bot that was pushing in from behind. And I chose the latter option because I didn't want to have to deal with the melee damage, the almost unavoidable melee damage that I would get from that riot shield bot. And I wanted to also make sure I had enough time to re-equip a selfie, the backup, spare selfie in my first slot. And that's, again, a reason why you have to put your self-revive options in that first slot, before everything else, before other high-use items. Like in Koshé, it's going to be like a set of nods, or even before, other field upgrades, stuff like that. So you're going to have all of your self-reses in those first 1 to 4 slots, depending on what you're doing and what equipment you need to take with you. But you're not going to ever want to have your self-res items in the middle or towards the back of your inventory for that exact reason. So we're going to put these weapons back in our contraband stash. We're going to unequip our card, which still has a use on it. If the card has, if a card or a key is just the name of the location by itself, that means it has full 3 uses on it, all 3 turns. And even a key card will not have that indicator in the bottom right of its icon to tell you how many turns it has. So you'll have to go on the name alone. So these cards here towards the front are going to say just L2 restricted zone key. And if it has the full name without any like addendum like this, like a a hyphen and then used, or a hyphen and worn, if it's just the name of the place where the card is used, that means it has all 3 uses. So you can see here is a bike parking key for Vondel. It just says bike parking key in its name, so it has all 3 uses, and I can see that it has all 3 uses from that indicator. This is a post office key. It says downtown post office key dash used, so I know that doesn't have 3 uses. And used means it has 2 uses left, and worn means it has only 1 turn left. And so for key cards like the L2 restricted zone key card, it's again not going to have that indicator for how many uses it has, so you have to go on the name alone. So this card is a full use card, as is this one, as is this one, and this one. And then when we get to that dash and then a different word, used or worn, that's when it doesn't have the full 3 turns. These, I believe, are the Building 21 access cards. I believe are just 1 use. I could be wrong about that, but I don't play B21, so I'm not the guy to go to on B21 info. And in case you don't know, the Stronghold key cards are infinite use. They will never expire. They don't have a use limit. So you can stack as many Stronghold key cards in your stash as you'd like. Those are very useful on Ashika, useful on Vondel, but they can also come in handy on topside Maz as well. So never a bad thing to have a Stronghold key card, although they're very common. A lot of even tier 1 bots drop them after kills, and they can easily be bought at buy stations for 5 grand, which is just really chicken scratch. You can get that just from killing a couple bots or finding a couple stacks of cash in the world. So the most useful keys for me these days is just the L2 card, because I use that to regain for extra contraband, for contraband and extra cash for the wallet. And an L2 card will, if you're helping your teammates to regain in Kosh, an L2 card is very useful, because with 2 other guys on your team, that's just that much less loot for yourself. So you can have 1 guy on your team that gets fully kitted, and then the other 2 guys are kind of picking up the scraps. But if you have an L2 card, that's just a whole nother stronghold zone that you can access just for that much more cash and gear. Those L2 zones are going to have crates in them, the white crates and the orange crates. So those crates are usually going to have cash in them, and they're also pretty good for bags too. If you need a bag, you cannot buy a bag from the buy station in Factory Admin. In Koshé, you have to find bags as ground loot. So if you've gone through a whole match in Kosh and you've got really unlucky, no mediums or large bags to be found as ground loot, just use your L2 card, and you're probably going to find a bag in an L2 zone at that point. So even if you're, mostly kitted or fully kitted, an L2 card can come in handy just for cash alone. Let's say one of your teammates has done the liquor glitch and is not sharing his cash with the rest of you. You can just use an L2 card to get you and that other teammate cashed up pretty well. And if I'm going in alone, I'll take in an L2 card that already has at least one of its uses spent on it. I find that a worn card, the card with just one remaining turn left, is actually the most useful as a solo in Kosh, because that will break upon its last use, and that will just free up, it'll delete itself, and it'll free up an inventory slot for you, which is crucial as a solo, because you'll have to be self-reliant 100% of the time as a solo. So that one extra bag slot could mean the difference between surviving and not. It could be another slot you could use for an extra self-revive, more armor plates, what have you. And if I'm going in with a team to do a regain in Kosh, then I'll actually opt for a full 3-turn card, and that will net us the most cash and loot possible. You can hit multiple L2 zones in the same Kosh run, so you're creating more loot opportunities with those 1 or 2 extra turns you're going to get on a full use card. And you can also the L2 all the L2 zones are going to have their own exfils in them. So if you open an L2 zone, and for whatever reason that exfil is not viable, or if like say for example the gas starts spreading on that exact side and you can't get to the elevator in time to punch it, to call in that exfil, as soon as a elevator is covered by gas, it becomes unusable. So you can retreat to a different L2 zone, or the other side of the map, and open up an L2 zone to create a new exfil that was previously unavailable, that you wouldn't have had if you had just brought in a one turn key card. So it just gives you more flexibility and more survivability down there as a team. If I'm solo, I'm already kind of gambling with my life in this game and with the state of the game. So I'm not too bothered if I miss an exfil opportunity by bringing in a one-use card. I'd rather have that inventory slot. But that's just kind of my thinking on it. So we'll go ahead and put these items in our inventory. And as I've explained before, I like to actually work from my highest cooldown slot down to my lowest cooldown slot for efficiency's sake. Um, this cooldown slot, even though it's unavailable for me to choose a weapon, it's actually still working for me right now on cooldown. That cooldown timer is working. Um, I can't stop it from working for me. And if I follow up this next run with a successful exfil, especially if I'm, you know, uh, doing contracts, building up cash, dead dropping weapons, self revives, cash, I can just further accelerate that cooldown on my third insured slot. And uh, if you work backwards, if you go from your highest cooldown to your lowest cooldown, you'll find that you'll actually have you'll be working more efficiently, and you'll have an insured slot open more frequently than if you go from your lowest cooldown to your highest cooldown. Um, and that just it just makes the game a little bit more fun. It gives you another kind of goal to work towards. If you work from back to front rather than from front to back, you can be, you know, if you're having a rough go, you're burning through all your insureds, doing some regular PvP. That's something to, divert you. You can change up your playstyle, go back to kind of a mission mode, and work towards, getting your insured back. Um, and that's a good goal in and of itself in a regular play session. Um, and again, like I said, it's you're in the first part of the stream. Your buddies, if they're hunters, if you're in a hunting party, you're gonna have a hard time convincing them, even if everyone's all depleted on their insured, even if nobody has any contraband left. Um, if they're in a kind of hunting mindset, uh, most people are not going to actually take, the high road and say, okay, well, let's just do a regain run. Let's do one regain run to get back our cash, to get back our insured, to get some contraband to work with, to make the rest of the play session more enjoyable. Most guys are just not going to even, consider that as an option. So that's why I do all of my regains solo. Most guys are not going to want to, most guys are in a hunting mode. Um, most random parties you join are just going to be bloodthirsty, and uh, it's it's uh, it's less common for someone to be kind of objective or mission oriented. And most people that you're meeting out there in the real world or in the game world are going to be, you know, just low IQ people. They're not gonna plan for the future. But you can plan for your own future, and you can be the smart guy on your own time. Uh, and that's what I like to do with this game. It's not a particularly, you know, it's not a you don't have to be a genius to play this game. It's Call of Duty after all. Um, but I like to play it as smart as I can, and I find it more rewarding to play it that way, and to just be smart with my time. Um, that's the only resource you have to spend on this game, is your time. So why not use your time wisely? Um, and I think I'm gonna actually do another regain run here and see if I can get as much as I can out of a topside Moz run. It's a little bit later in the day now. That lobby I had earlier was they're going to be, you know, less populated very early in the morning. There's just simply less people available to play at that time. Most people are going to work or school at that time, and the later the day goes on, the more populated the lobbies are going to be, and the easier the game is going to have a time of the game is going to have an easier time of filling those lobbies in a better ping proximity to whatever IP address that you're using. So keep that in mind. You're also going to be able to do. You're going to have an easier go of regain runs earlier in the day or in the middle of the day versus in the evening or at night, because in the evening at night, that's when most people are getting on, and most people at this stage of the game are just killing each other. They're full on hunting parties. So you're going to have more of your, you know, casual guys, more of your odd, uh, you know, not you're not going to have your sweat lords, and you know, you're also not going to have your uh, you know, glitchers and exploiters and cheaters on in earlier in the day, because they're not going to have anybody to stomp on really. And you know, you do have to pay for your hacks, so they have to work a job in the daytime to be able to afford those hacks, you know. So you're just going to have a little bit of a more casual, laid-back experience in the morning or in the middle of the day versus in the evening or at the night in the nighttime. So if you're trying to do missions, if you're trying to do regain runs, earlier in the day would be the time to do that, and then later in the day is time to, you know, engage your hunt mode if that's what floats your boat. Um, let's see. I chose to go with. I had an option to uh, choose between a Lockman sub and a Hurricane at the end there, and although the Lockman sub is overall a better weapon than the Hurricane, I went with the Hurricane because it has a higher maximum magazine capacity of 50 rounds versus uh, well, the Lockman sub does have a 50 round option, but I would advise against that actually, because of it's taking away from one of its best features, which is its mobility. And the Hurricane is going to give that 50 round magazine option to you by default. That's not, you don't have to waste an attachment slot on it, and it's a pretty good mobility weapon, just naked. And this stock option may give you better mobility. I'll have to double check that, but the main two reasons are its mag size, you know, the 30 round Lockman versus this 50 round Hurricane, and it also had a laser on it, a hipfire laser. So the hipfire is you're going to be using hipfire a lot for an SMG, or at least you should be. That's actually something I'm having to kind of work on myself, is doing more hipfire with SMGs and 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 stopping myself from being locked into ADS all the time on an SMG. You're going to be using an SMG at closer ranges. You're going to be missing more shots if you're locked into ADS, because you're your pattern or your spread is going to be a lot tighter, and so you know, every moment that you're locked into ADS and not on target, not exactly on target, is more moments of wasted ammunition usage. And so for a SMG, you know, especially, you're going to want to be, you know, making good decisions about toggling in and out of ADS. If you're within, you know, 5 meters of a guy, you're better off just using hipfire. You don't even want to waste time and energy trying to calculate, you know, your aim using ADS. You're just going to be hitting more shots, not you know, even thinking about it, using your hipfire. And this is the Stovall DR laser box is a hipfire laser box. It's a blue, has a blue beam, and it's different than like an ADS laser. Like for example, the OLE 5 laser box, a red beam. That one's more tuned for like ADS speed and aiming stability, which is those kind of laser boxes, those like ADS lasers, you're going to want to use on your ARs, and you don't really want to use an ADS laser on an SMG. You want to use a hipfire laser on an SMG. And so those are the two main reasons I went for the Hurricane over the Lockman sub. Just more bullets and just much better hipfire as well from the ground loot. So and I do like the Hurricane. It's obviously not the best SMG, but as a ground loot SMG, it's actually quite strong. It's like on the level of like a ground loot Vaznev, which is, in my opinion, the Vaznev is the strongest ground loot SMG for several reasons. But you can see here, this is a Lockman sub that I got off a Sweat Lord. He's paid for this, you know, it's a part of a bundle. He has it set up pretty well, but you know, it's the Lockman sub is not it's not like the ultimate SMG, but it's a pretty good choice. Especially in this kind of configuration. Um, he has the 40 he had the 40 round mag on it. Um, he has hollow points in it, which give you that crippling effect. It forces a player out of a sprint or attack sprint, slows them to a walking speed, um, makes all of their, you know, movement choices that much more difficult, and it makes them a much easier target to land follow-up shots on. Um, makes them harder to advance towards you and retreat from you. He's got the Falcon barrel on there, which I believe is like a lightweight barrel option. Um, so just a little bit better mobility from that option. And that mobility, whenever you go for mobility, it usually detracts from your accuracy or your recoil control. And he's gotten a little bit of that back with the heavy rifle stock on it, the factory stock. So he's kind of balanced uh, the trade-offs between his barrel and his stock option. Uh, and I'm not sure what that rear grip does, but I'll have to look it up. The Lockman TCG10. So let's go see if we even have that unlocked and what it does. So I don't even have it unlocked. Gives you recoil control at the expense of aiming stability. So um, I don't think that, like, I don't think that type of rear grip is worth it, really. You're just kind of, it's like a negating option. It's like you're trading better recoil control for worse aiming stability. It's kind of like, you know, you're not really getting anything, I don't think, from this like option. I would probably, if I were to take in that Lockman sub in this build, I'm probably gonna trade out that rear grip for like for either a laser, a hipfire laser, or maybe like an angled foregrip or something like that. Because that rear grip is probably not really giving you much, if anything. Um, but a hipfire laser would do a lot of work for you, and hipfire laser is always a really good option on an SMG if you don't need an optic or something like that. Even if you do need an optic, it's um, you know, a hipfire laser is often better than some kind of wasted slot on like a foregrip, or you know, if you don't need the magazine capacity, or it's a better, you know, it's a better option than like a foregrip or a stock option. Most of the SMGs, you're not really going to want to mess around with any of the stock options. They're already kind of, you know, built in to the weapon. So yeah, I would probably, when I take this in, if I have the resources, I'm going to just, the only thing I would need to do to really kind of put the cherry on top of this build is, you know, remove that rear grip and add a laser to it. And that's probably about all I would do. I might even, you know, if I really wanted to go wild with it, I might even, like, you know, get rid of the lightweight barrel and put a angled foregrip on it or something. But you know, I haven't used the Lockman sub all too much, so that Falcon barrel, I know it's very popular amongst like high level players for its movement capabilities, but um, I'd have to spend a lot more time testing and using the Lockman sub to really make it like a definitive statement on that. But other than that, that build is good for this cap. And so I'm at 35 of 40 for the contraband stash. Just taking a look at what I have to work with. The game is kind of lagged out here, so I can't get a good inspection on a lot of these things. I'd probably have to reset the game to see a picture of these things. It's unfortunate. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to just lock in a little bit more. I'm trying to just work on my tracking. So I'm trying to hold center mass, or I'm also kind of gravitating towards the head at this range. The speed at which these target dummies are moving when they go across uh, their full rail here is, I believe this is about the speed of a full tack sprint. So this is about this speed. You know, that'll depend on your whatever weapon you're holding, but that's a good average tack sprint speed for like maybe an AR, let's say. It's probably slower than an SMG tack sprint speed, but I've been testing it here, and as you can see, that target dummy is moving at about the same speed that I am, and this is a much lighter weight AR. This is really kind of an AR that weighs as much as an SMG does. So even with an SMG out, it seems to be moving. It can keep up with me here. as I'm practicing this tracking, I'm not engaging my rotational aim assist at all by moving my character model around. I'm just using my view, my right joystick. And as I'm tracking them, I'm trying to work on my smoothness, so I don't want to go like in a real jerky motion like that. I'm not like bumping my stick. I'm really trying to swipe my stick in a smooth arc rather than like jabbing or poking at my stick. So here I am engaging my rotational aim assist by moving my character model back and away, or away and to the side. So in a backwards diagonal. Just alternating that. And I'm doing that to, number one, to engage the most aim assist possible, rotational aim assist. That's in any direction except for backwards and forwards. So that's any other direction except for straight in front of you or backwards. So if I'm pulling directly back, my aim assist is not 100% engaged. Same thing if I'm going forward. Your aim assist is actually going to kick in the most when you're moving laterally in relation to your target. And I'm moving backwards slightly rather than forward slightly because number one, it just seems to be a more natural movement for my thumb to pull back in towards my body. And I'm also creating more distance between me and the threat, which makes it harder for him to hit me. Yes, it does make it harder for me to hit him, but I'm practicing this right now, so I can actually rely on my aiming skills to be better than his. So I don't know if he has cracked aim or not, if he's a god player or not. But I know that even for a god player, it's just going to be harder for him to hit me if I'm a smaller target on his screen. And we were talking before about at a high FOV setting, all targets in the center of your screen, exactly where you're going to be locked into your ADS, where your crosshairs are and where your sight picture is, all targets in the center of that screen at a higher and higher FOV setting are going to be smaller and smaller. And targets on your periphery are going to be larger. So if I'm creating more distance between him and myself, I'm just going to be a smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller target. And so he's going to have to do a lot of work to continue to land shots on me. And because I'm practicing this, it's not going to be as much of an issue for me to do the same thing to him, to land consistent shots on him. Even though he's becoming smaller for me by moving away from him, I'm spending the time to practice this, and so I can be confident in my aiming skills. This sight picture here for the Lockman sub is one of the primary reasons why I use this weapon and why I choose it in game in a ground loot scenario or picking it up off a dead guy. It's because this sight picture is so clean. The front sight post is very clear and distinct, and it has nothing that can be mistaken for it on any other part of the gun. And I'm a big fan of using iron sights in this game because of the weapon handling characteristics baked into the game. And because I'd rather use that attachment slot for something else like specialty ammo hip fire laser in the case of a SMG, a foregrip option, a muzzle device option, etc. This type of weapon that has a very clean sight picture on it with its irons is what I consider to be a +1 attachment weapon. So even if in its naked state you have an extra attachment slot, this is a 6 attachment weapon. So that's all the tuning for every attachment that is tunable. Only your magazine is not tunable. I don't find any of these other attachment slots to be necessary or desirable on this particular weapon. The big, this weapon really is it's a +3 attachment weapon because you've already got your sight picture sorted out with your irons. You've got your stock option sorted out. It's a stable yet lightweight stock, so it gives you stability and movement. No rear grip necessary because you're not getting much out of these things. You don't want any less recoil control, even for more mobility. You know, flinch resistance might be an option. It is something I have been experimenting with. I just have to do a lot more testing. And you don't want less aiming stability for more recoil. It's kind of the same thing. It's not exactly the same stat, but this is all just under the umbrella of accuracy. How accurate is your weapon? So optic is completely unnecessary. Stock is unnecessary. Rear grip there are no viable options, so it's unnecessary. And the barrel is actually in the same kind of boat as the stock. It's a reason why you would want to pick this weapon in the first place. This is why you want to go with the Kastov 74U versus a Kastov 556. Much better sight picture, same kind of sight picture equivalency that you're getting from a Vaznev versus a 762 or 556 Kastov. And the short barrel is what gives it its mobility besides the stock option by default. That's the whole point of choosing this weapon. The whole point of this weapon is short barrel and stable yet mobile stock. That's what defines this weapon. So you don't need to mess with it. You don't want to mess it up by putting a heavy barrel on it, by putting a long barrel on it, by putting a unnecessarily lightweight barrel on it, and sacrificing your bullet velocity and recoil control. So none of these options make sense, you know. And of course, if you want to be a cool guy, you got to put a Lucky Charm on your weapon. That gives you plus 10% accuracy. And plus 50 aura. And do I have any camos for this thing? Wow, I don't even have any camos for this thing. It's crazy. I've really got to start working on this weapon more for the camos. And I'm going to be right back. Just going to put the just going to go AFK for just a moment. Alright guys, I am back. load into another regain run here. Just a reminder, as I load in to the game, I'm going to turn up my in-game audio. So please turn down your headphones. There will be loud noises, and you'll have a harder time hearing me. We got into a match a lot quicker there, so hopefully we're going to have to deal with a lot less packet burst this time. I'm going to turn up my audio now. Please turn down your headphones.
Welcome to Al Mazrah.
Decided to try to go for chemist, so I'm gonna be looking for some rad weapons here. almost out of gas.
Ultra One, enemy threat appears low in this area.
Dead bots here. They're nearby. It's a bot chopper for the train team.
Ultra One, actual. Advise you equip your gas mask in this area, but keep your time on target limited. Ultra One, enemy threat is moderate in the AO. Ultra One, an operator is near your location requesting medical. Ultra One, the chemist is down. Nice work. Depositing cash at a dead drop will fast track your weapon recovery. One, you've got hostile reinforcements incoming. Ultra One, we're seeing increased activity in the area. Stay sharp.
Marking buy station.
there behind me. Sounds like he got off here. Got no viz on this guy, so I don't want the bots to give me away. Really laggy here. This is not a great server. Probably just want to fix up this weapon and reset here, because this will get me killed. There's a boat coming up on me. Just gonna wait for this to pass and don't have the range to fight that. I'm gonna lay down here so the bots can't see me.
Ultra One, you've got hostile reinforcements incoming. Ultra One, be advised, an operator in your area needs medical. 1, you've got hostile reinforcements incoming.
Vehicle marked.
Ultra One, enemy threat is moderate near your location. Ultra One, enemy threat is low in the area. At this time.
All Ultra, Dino 4's inbound for extraction. Be with you soon. Ultra One, Dino 4. We're approaching the LZ. Get it secure.
Ultra One, activity is increasing near your location. Stay alert.
All Ultras Oscar. Dino 4 is RTB.
Turn down your headphones, turn down your headphones. So there we had a really good spawn for Chemist. We were essentially right next to gas. I should have just ran right for those ambulances, those med tents in the middle of Said City South to get those rad blockers even earlier. And even with just one, what's the word I'm looking for? One pill bottle, we would have been able to do that Chemist in enough time. We had two, so we had more than enough time to go through Chemist and get out of there safely. I couldn't find his advanced UAV. I don't know where that was, but maybe I missed it. Maybe it was behind the gold skull. That would have been nice to get out with, but I did have an option to buy a bomb drone at the buy station I hit to fix up my his M13 Bravo, and that's the main reason I went into Chemist, to get that contraband weapon. The med vest and the advanced UAV were just bonuses. So I switched from my tempered to the medic there. Overall, it's just a much stronger plate carrier system. It has a lot more bonuses going for it, more passive bonuses, or utility bonuses rather, that are passive. And didn't even, I chose not to go into coach there. The server, I didn't want to spend any more time than necessary in that server. It was very, very choppy. So that would have made, I didn't know if that was a server problem or some kind of, you know, like rendering problem or something that was happening because I was close to gas. But I decided to get out of there ASAP, because when it's that choppy, that's just less information you have, and it just deadens your reaction time, and so you don't want to take fights in that. You know, if you get into a if you go into a match with the intention of PvPing and you get a really choppy, laggy server like that, just get out and reset, because you're not going to be able to perform well in a server like that. You're always going to be on the back foot. But even in a regain match, I mean, I'm trying to survive, so I don't want the server to kill me, you know. But we got out with his M13 Bravo. We were able to fix it up completely in the manner that I like. So that's a really good regain run, even though it was a very short one and we didn't get that much cash out of it. Our whole idea there was to get that contraband weapon. That one rifle alone is worth it. And in the gas, you saw me switch to flash grenades. That was a better option than smoke, because the gas is acting as its own kind of large smoke shield. Kind of gets more dense and clears up in spots as you're moving through it and as you're looking from the outside into it. So a smoke really there wouldn't have given me much, but it would have given away my position if somebody was looking into gas and was trying to figure out if anybody was in there or not, and they definitely would have figured it out just from the audio cues from the bots and me fighting each other in there. So the flash was, since I'm already in basically a giant smoke screen with the gas, I'm going to switch to flashes there to give me more outplay against bots and any enemy ops that decide to push in there with me. And I'm just going to have that. I'm going to stow my smoke in case I need to switch back to it to make a hasty egress or to reposition if somebody decides to come into gas and push me from there. But even one flash, you know, used well, is going to be better than all the smokes in the world there in that particular scenario. So and I ended up keeping that flash in the inventory, I believe, for the rest of the match, just to have it. I had the space for it. You know, I wasn't hurting on plates or anything like that, so I think that was a good choice there. And bomb drone is one of my top 2 kill streaks. My preferred kill streak is a precision airstrike, PA, and then second will be a bomb drone, and then third and fourth will be a UAV and an advanced UAV. And I've gone into reasons why that is in an earlier video, and might want to do kind of a dedicated kill streak video or something like that in the future. But the basic reason is that I'm on a very low end computer system. I'm on a PS4, and I don't know what it is. I think this might be just like a PS4 problem, but it also might be an internet connectivity problem. I'm playing on Wi-Fi, but with UAVs, especially with regular UAVs, sometimes I'll miss even up to like half of the beginning of the pings on a UAV for enemy operators. They just won't show up on my minimap. And so a UAV in my hands is a lot less useful than it is in the hands of my teammates. So I will prefer to drop UAVs for my teammates if I come across them, for that reason. At least they're getting more pings than I am. They're going to have more information, and that's going to be kind of on their front burner, because when you pop a UAV, you fully intend to begin reaping the rewards of that kill streak, and you're ready for those pings to come up, you know, at your order. So you are, as the guy popping the UAV, your eyes are going to go to your minimap immediately, like even before your teammates will. Even if you call it out, and they're going to get an audio call out from Overlord that the UAV is coming in, but since you're the guy in control of that and you know exactly when that UAV is going to activate, you're actually going to get that information first. And so in the hands of my teammates that are, I don't play with anybody that I know of that's actually playing on a PS4, so everybody that I play with is going to be using a better system than I am, so they're not going to run into that problem. And I haven't heard anybody complain about this on PS5 or any PC setup. So so in the hands of my teammates, the UAV is actually going to be more useful. It's going to be less impactful in my own hands. Now that being said, since I'm like often relied upon in my team to be the shot caller, people will actually drop UAVs for me. And while you're in match, it's hard to, you don't want to like stop everything and take the time to explain some kind of niche glitch that you have with this kill streak, and it's just going to waste time. It's going to, so I haven't really been able to explain that to the guys that I regularly play with, but given time, and I do, it is always a really good idea to communicate those kind of limitations to your teammates, whatever it is, whatever glitch you're having, whatever problem you're having that you cannot resolve. You want to let your teammates know that you're having to deal with that, because that will give them a better tactical picture, and that will influence your strategy. So like one of the last matches I played with last night with a couple guys I regularly play with, we had somehow come across an advanced UAV, and one of my teammates, stopped me in my tracks and was like, "Towers, Towers, I got something for you. Look, look, look." So I have to stop what I'm doing, turn around, wait for this guy to shuffle through his bag, drop this UAV for me, and I don't have time to explain this whole glitch, phenomenon to him. So I have to just pick up the UAV, and now I'm the guy with the UAV, And he did that because I'm the shot caller on the team. So he wants that information tool to be in the hand of the leader, and he's correct in thinking that that was a good decision on his part. He's going to know that I'm going to make better use of that UAV. I'm going to pop it exactly when we need to, and he also doesn't want the pressure on himself to misuse the UAV or to die with the UAV in his hands to allow the enemy team that's just killed him to pick that up and then use it against us um, in a numbers disadvantage clutch scenario. So, and you have to be ready to step up and fulfill a leadership role, even if you're at a hardware disadvantage, whatever. You have to be able to. That's part of taking on a leadership role is um, knowing your capabilities, knowing your limitations, and still finding a way to exceed those limitations. Um, so anyway, that's just a little aside about the UAV. So it actually wasn't a big loss for me to look over or not find that advance from the chemist. I ended up getting one of my preferred kill streaks anyway, just at a buy station. The bomb drone, for what it is, for what it costs, it's actually a really, really good deal. At $9,000, it's a very, very strong kill streak for it's. I believe it's got to be the cheapest kill streak in the game, the cheapest, most powerful kill streak in the game. Um, it's an offensive damage kill streak, and it's a reconnaissance tool. It has a thermal camera on it as well as a regular camera. It's you can um, fly it high, fly it low, get around obstacles. You can actually break glass with the bomb drone. So a lot of guys even today don't know that, and they don't play around that, and they'll be sat in a building with windows in it. The windows will be intact, and they're thinking to themselves, "Oh, I'm sat here, all the doors are closed, I'm all good. I know there's a bomb drone in the area, but it's not gonna get in here, and all I got to do is just dink the glass with the bomb drone at like 0.5 miles an hour, and all of a sudden I'm up in that guy's face, and that guy's having a bad day." So, and even if you don't net any damage at all with the bomb drone, it's still a recon drone. It still gets you tactical information. You can still ping guys. You can still live ping guys with the bomb drone, and it has the thermal camera. And even though Al Mazrah is a daylight map, it's out in the open, it's always 2 p.m. in Al Mazrah. The thermal camera, because it's a desert map, and because at any distance you may have trouble spotting a guy, especially if he's wearing an appropriate camo or an appropriate skin for the map. That's one reason why I like to run the Ranger skin, is just the color and the tone of that skin helps you blend in with the terrain, whether it be in a grassy area or in a open desert. it helps you blend in even if you're moving, in a full tack sprint. So that's why you would want to use a thermal in many cases, even though you are under broad daylight. Those enemy operators are going to pop out a hot white against the backdrop, and it's just going to it's going to enable you to just gather information even more efficiently and quickly. We'll take a look at this M13 Bravo, and you saw me using the cast off for the entirety of that last raid. I didn't even pick up a secondary like an SMG or something because number one, I didn't find one. I didn't find a Vaznev, and number two, the Kastov is a hybrid weapon, so it's an AR platform, but it has the mobility and the punchiness of an SMG. So it's a really, really powerful solo weapon, especially if you're trying to do a regain, where you're trying to pull out as much loot as possible. Like you're trying to pull out as many contraband weapons as possible. And it's a powerful solo weapon if you're completely depleted on contraband. So if all you have is one insured slot open and 0 contraband weapons in your stash, a hybrid weapon like the 74U is going to come in clutch for you, and it's going to enable you to fight with one weapon at close and medium range, and you can actually still hit shots at longer ranges, but the sight picture and just the characteristics of the weapon do not lend themselves to long range engagement. It's just not something you want to be doing with a hybrid weapon in the first place, but you can if you absolutely have to. On any kind of close range weapon, you're going to want to conserve that ammo as much as possible, even more than your long range and your mid range weaponry, because your close range weapon is an emergency backup weapon. It's something that you switch to when you go dry on your AR, and it's something that you will absolutely need to take fights at close range. You don't ever absolutely need to take a long range fight. You don't ever absolutely need to take a mid-range fight, but you will always need to take any fight that happens in a close range. Those are the most lethal fights. Those are the quickest fights, and those are the easiest fights to lose. And the easiest way to lose a close range gunfight is to have 0 bullets to shoot out of your close range gun. So that's just one reason you will not want to use a hybrid weapon long range, and that's a reason why you are using the hybrid weapon in the first place, is because you need a close range fighting tool at all times. Now I say this, and I load in regularly. If I'm going in a regular PvP match, I'll load in with an AR. And, well, Towers, you've just explained to us that you will always need to fight close range, but you never have to fight medium or long range. So why do you take in an AR? I take in an AR because I know that the bots carry SMGs. I know they carry the Vaznev. So I meet one bot that carries a Vaznev, kill him with my AR, and boom, now I've got an SMG. Now I have my close range fighting tool. And the Vaznev is one of the most common weapons on bots in the game. So it's very easy to find. It's always there in every match. I know there are thousands of Vaznevs around the match just waiting for me to pick them up. And all it takes is just, one headshot from an AR, and now I've got my close range fighting tool, and I can do that at the very start of a match. No matter what spawn I get, just run up to the nearest Vaznev bot, pop him in the dome, and now I've got my Vaznev. So, but you're not going to get a good AR just anywhere. You might get lucky and find it in a military crate. You might get lucky and kill the first team you come across, but you don't want to rely on that kind of stuff to pull you through. You don't want to rely on luck and happenstance. You need to rely on your strategy, and you have to rely on your brain to uh, get you through stuff. You have to trust yourself to make those kind of strategic decisions. So we switched the med vest from the tempered. Even though we're a solo player right now, the med vest is just giving us a lot more. The most important thing it gives us, besides being able to revive ourselves quicker, is it actually increases, or rather it decreases the time that your base health regen kicks in. So this plate carrier system actually enables you to fight without any plates at all at your disposal, and that is a huge boon. That is a very serious, and that's probably the that's a that's a I think it's a little known quirk the of the med vest, is that that's a built-in feature. Fully intended always works. So that alone will save your life. So that is why the med vest is so powerful. And going from and having to revive a teammate from a full dead state in roughly half the time or less than it would take you otherwise to revive them, is that will make or break an entire raid right there. So even if you can just pick up one of your teammates, you've now doubled your numbers, you've doubled your shots down range, you've doubled your damage, like in one instant. So the med vest is king. The med vest is definitely the premier vest, whether you're a mission doer or a fighter. And just quickly show you guys the M13 Bravo from the Chemist. So this is the weapon as it comes from the Chemist. It has it's a really goofy setup for this weapon, and it's goofy because it has a completely inappropriate high zoom optic on it. The M13 Bravo is a very high rate of fire weapon, and it is a mid to close range AR. It is not a long range AR because of its rate of fire and because of its damage drop off. And it has a underbarrel high explosive grenade launcher on it. You will never need to use this thing. All it's doing is just adding weight to your weapon. Like the one use case you would need for it is like if you happen to have a perfect shot on a vehicle that's coming into you that's like already near crit or like half health or something. That is the only time you would need to use this, or if you are trying to clear a very small compressed room where there's only like one ingress or egress, like through a window or an open door or something. those are the only two use cases for this thing. But besides that, it's just slowing your weapon down. And because it's a mid to close range AR, you need all the mobility you can possibly squeeze out of this thing. You do not need a heavy close range fighting tool ever. So just immediately delete that underbarrel grenade launcher and delete that goofy optic, and right there you've got a 3 out of 5 attachment weapon. But even in this state, it's very usable. It's a very good weapon. And the only other things I add to this thing are, we've got two attachment slots to play with now. So as with all ARs, I'm always going to put on armor piercing for bullet penetration, and I'm going to add a muzzle device, and the muzzle device I'm going to choose is a suppressor, because it's going to give us added bullet velocity and damage range, and that's something that's desperately needed on this weapon. This weapon's been nerfed many times. It'll never be changed, never be updated. So you're going to need to milk every bit of bullet velo and damage potential out of this weapon. And now that's a pretty strong 5 attachment AR. It's not a top tier AR, but for ground loot and for its reliability, the Chemist is always going to have this thing, so you'll always have at least one of these in a match. And this is a, you know, relatively popular AR, even given its, you know, not stellar stats. A lot of people still choose to bring this thing in as an insured weapon. So it's relatively common, and it's something that you should start to train with and practice with, because even if it's not the best weapon on paper, if you're very proficient with the weapon, it becomes very lethal. And if you know how to use it, that's better than the, you know, an S tier 5 attachment fully tuned weapon that you've have no familiarity with. So you can get an M13 Bravo in every single DMZ match in Al Mazrah. So just go ahead and take advantage of that and start cycling that into your regain runs. If I had only a contraband stash full of 40 M13 Bravos, that would be fine by me. You know, if I only have a contraband stash of 40 high-rise tacks, even with the holotherm on it, that's fine by me too, because all I have to do is run to a workbench and just delete that optic, and right now I've got one of the best ARs in the game in this configuration, and I can completely wipe a map with this thing, and I've done it several times. You know, it's a really good fighting tool. So the TAC 56 from High Rise and the Chemist M13 Bravo are my premier choices for ground loot ARs, and I've really my play style really revolves around these two weapons now, because of their availability and because of their stats. You know, I've thought that the TAC 56 for a long time was a very, very strong weapon, and I've talked to many other players about this weapon, and even when I meet a player that's like, oh no, there are much better ARs, it's like, and they'll rattle off a couple ARs, and right away I can think of, you know, several reasons why those ARs they prefer are just, they don't beat out the TAC. Like, it has really, really good handling characteristics and very high damage per round, and it has a, you know, the highest mag cap in the game for AR, 60 rounds. So extremely good choice. You need to start running the TAC. This is, I think, the strongest AR in the game. for its availability and its damage per round. The weakest part of the TAC is its low rate of fire, but because of that, you'll never run into ammo issues. You're never going to be burning through ammo like you are with the N13 Bravo. The fire rate on an N13 Bravo or an Advancer is a blessing and a curse. So these are some of the highest fire rate weapons in the game, AR wise, and you need to start practicing with those weapons to really kind of harness that characteristic of the weapon and not let it bite you. And lately I've been thinking about experimenting with the N13 Charlie because of its blackout rounds, and that's the main drawback of the M13 Bravo, is that even though it's a high mobility weapon and a very high damage rate, on paper it seems like it's a weapon that could be a hybrid weapon. It could double as an SMG, but it shoots like spitwads at close range. You're not doing any damage to a guy. You're probably better off damage-wise with any other SMG in the game rather than a M13 Bravo. But the M13 Charlie is the same weapons platform, just with 300 blackout rounds and limited stock options. You can throw an N13 Bravo stock on it, which is probably what I'm going to start doing. But the sight picture is the same. It's the same iron sight picture, and it comes with a shorter barrel. So, you know, you can always add a 14-inch barrel to it if you'd like. Even the 10-inch barrel is going to be a little bit better than its stock barrel option for the added damage range and bullet velocity, and the hip fire accuracy would be a nice little bonus as a close range weapon. I don't think you would ever want to go with like a short barrel on an N13 Charlie. You're just going to lose that bullet velocity that you desperately need, and you're going to get worse recoil control out of it. So, you know, the N13 Charlie at its base, it doesn't need to get any more mobile. You're going to be running around like grease lightning with this thing anyway, so you don't need to, you know, you don't need to have a snub nose barrel on your M13 Charlie. The blackout rounds are doing all of that work for you close range. They're very, very punchy close range, and this is a much higher, because of its high fire rate, you're pumping out a lot more damage than like a 300 blackout option on like a Hemlock or something. Like that combination, like a Hemlock with a 300 blackout option, is a very bad, poor choice. You're getting extremely low fire rate on an AR that is built, that's intended to be used at medium to long ranges. So you're getting the worst of both worlds there. But the M13 Charlie is something that I do want to start practicing and training with more. And I have recently leveled it up fully. There's only 11 levels to this thing, so it's actually very easy to max out and get tuning for. So I would like to start experimenting with this thing and seeing, you know, which barrel option is the best, you know, if I need to run an underbarrel attachment on it. This thing does have, I don't know why you would go for the 45 round, well, maybe for a little bit better mobility, but because of its high fire rate, I think you probably just want to go with that 60 round mag option anyway. And as always, you're going to put those armor-piercing rounds on it. Since it's a close range weapon, you could choose the hollow points, but it is an AR after all, so you're going to really miss that bullet penetration that you're used to if you are running APs on your ARs. And, so let's just like quickly build like a spec of this thing. And I have used the M13 Charlie with its base stock option, with its like really lightweight stock, and I don't like the bounciness of the recoil. I know I'm going to want to put a suppressor on this thing for the bullet velo and damage pen. I just am not sure if I want to go for a barrel option or a laser option. I'd have to just do more testing and figure it out. The ADS speed, even without the laser, well, that might be a case for an ADS laser. It's actually not great because of that suppressor and magazine we've chosen. So let's see what it looks like with a ADS laser. So one nice feature about the M13 Charlie that you don't get from the M13 Bravo is actually the sight picture is not exactly the same in terms of geometry, but you also get a little white paint on the very tip of the front sight post, which could hurt you in some circumstances, but I imagine in most circumstances it's actually going to be a benefit. It's going to help you to kind of, especially against like a dark backdrop, and especially with that laser, it's going to help to get the very tip of that front sight post to pop a little bit more. And nobody is running around with like a white skin on their operator. And you're never going to be shooting this thing like into the sun. So that little white painted tip on the end of the front sight post is actually a nice little feature. And there's like an aligned like white tip that's painted on the back of the rear sight post, on the back of the rear sight, and that kind of that lines up directly with the front sight post painted white tip. So that'll help you to that'll help your centering a little bit more, and to help you keep center mass even when you're jumping, jump peaking, stuff like that, sliding. So that's like a preliminary build of the M13 Charlie. So now I've got only 4 slots left to fill up my contraband stash completely. And when I start getting to this stage, I start considering what I want to take out and destroy to make room for more viable options. And so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just get rid of the trash, you know, like the ground loot that you can find anywhere that you always know is going to be there. So I'm going to get rid of these RPGs first, because I can find those on bots in Al Mazrah every raid. And I'm also going to get rid of weapons that are just, they may be my preferred weapons, but they're just built completely wrong. They're like, they're enemy operator weapons that the guy has just gone full retard on, and it'll take me too many resources to correctly build this thing out. And I don't have too many of those at the moment, so I'm in a relatively good place. I might, you know, delete this hemlock just simply because it has a holotherm. I just don't even want to waste the time running to a buy station at the start of a match to delete this holotherm to then give me an iron sight picture that is not good anyway. I'll still have to throw an optic on here. So that's like a guaranteed, you know, $3,000 I have to spend on this thing. And the time that I'm going to waste at the beginning of a match not being, this thing not being usable in my hands until I can get to a workbench to fix this thing. And that's just going to, it's going to waste my time and my teammates' time, and it could potentially get me killed as well. So that would be something I'm going to delete. And I'll probably delete these handguns as well, because I'm not a swimmer. I don't need to bring in a handgun to use in the water. It's the only weapons class you can use in the water, besides melee weapons. And I just really just avoid fighting in the water at all costs, because there are many when you're fighting in the water against a guy that wants to be in there, he wants to be in there because he's like glitching, and he's glitching his scuba mask. He's in there with an F-Tac Siege, like a fully auto high fire rate pistol. You're just gonna lose those fights, you know. And that's a really quick way to lose all of your gear and to rage bait yourself, is to voluntarily take fights in the water. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to delete these handguns. So now I've got 8 slots to play with, to play towards. All the rest of these I'm pretty happy with. They all need work done to them, but I do have that hemlock I was talking about earlier. It's basically a time sink. I'm just going to leave that chilling there for a minute. I may, you know, revisit that if it comes down to the bottom of the barrel, contraband wise. But let's hop into another regain run. And I'm going to again take in 10K, mainly to fix up our preferred contraband that we're going to extract with. And we're going to keep going on the hybrid weapon, the 74U, because I want these 2 slots to be open for contraband. I want to get one of my preferred ARs, and I want to get a SMG and throw an extended mag on there. And we'll actually load in a L2 card in case we have to transform this into a Kosh run. And again, a friendly reminder, just turn down your headphones as we go into match here. I'm going to turn up my in-game audio to 100%. To give myself better awareness, but it will make it more difficult for you to hear me. So do not strain yourself and blast yourself with the sounds of war to try to hear my yapping. So turn down your headphones, guys. Here comes the blast wave.
Welcome to Al Mazrah. Explore, secure intel, and loot to gain access to new missions. Enemy threat is high, so expect contact.
So terrible spawn. We're gonna turn this into a Kosh run real quick.
Ultra One, enemy threat is moderate in the AO.
There we go. The hardest part of the match is over. Hardest part of the Kosh run is getting into Kosh. That spawn is is bad because you're essentially out in the open and there's a team right behind you that is also going to have that's going to have a guaranteed vehicle. They're going to have a guaranteed way to push over to you, and you're kind of stuck there if you don't have that LTV is not always there. It's not always that close. Sometimes, you know, the only vehicle is like an ATV. And that's just one, you know, sniper bullet or RPG round away from a wipe.
For one, we've lost visual on your location. Use any markers you can find to navigate through the area.
Just doing some inventory management. I do not have a scuba. Looking for a series of a set of 2 keys. Get me into factory admin. A backside. Those bots are very accurate for some reason. Employee handbook starts at red. It's gonna be a bit of a pain in the butt without a scuba. I saw that key. Just barely made that.
اتمنى يطلع في عدو ما بيعود في الوضع الممل. هيك تشوف في معركه هيك اول
عدو عدو
يطلع شي عدو هون هيك ما بيعود فيها الوضع في معركة اقتل أول قتيل.
Ultra One, there's increased enemy activity. Ultra One, you've got hostile reinforcements incoming. Ultra One, activity has increased in the area. Keep your eyes open. Ultra One, we need a few more items to recover your insured weapon. Keep it up. Ultra One, be advised, threats are moving. Ultra One, you've got hostile reinforcements incoming.
حارب لنطرد لنطرد.
There's increased enemy activity in the area. Expect contact.
I need mid-caliber rounds.
Ultra One, be advised, threats are moving. Ultra One, we're seeing increased activity in the area. Stay sharp. One, be advised. Hostile active. Ultra One, you've got hostile reinforcements incoming. Ultra One, there's increased enemy activity in the area. Expect contact. Actual to Ultra One, winds are picking up in the AO. Advise you get to extraction before radiation moves in.
Turn down your headphones.
Ultra One, we have visual on your location. Good extract and good work.
Turn down your headphones once more. Turn down your headphones. Very efficient, successful Koche extract. Up to 3 perks now. 3 successful, actually it's 4 successful regain runs in a row. Just didn't do a contract or go through Koche on the one before. So, or on between 1 and 2 rather. Double time is an excellent perk. Double tack sprint is awesome. That will always help. And I find as a controller player and as a throwing knife player, strong arm is very good. Just really helps you to hit those moving target shots with your throwing knife. So we didn't find a great weapon to switch out our insured for. We also had AP rounds loaded in the weapon at the time. Just wanted to take full advantage of that. Probably could have gone back to factory admin or worked my way through the spawns to find another weapon that I could have swapped out for contraband stash in exchange for my insured, but we did get out with a bunch of cash, another perk, and a couple SMGs, 5 attachment SMGs at that, we'll take a look at this Lockman sub. I wasn't able to see exactly which attachments it has because I had AP rounds loaded in both my primary and secondary, and if you I could have dropped one to leave it on the ground to let me inspect this Lockman sub, but I just took it on faith, it being 5 attachments, that it was a decent build, but we'll just verify that. And another 5 attachment Vaznev. Let's take a look at, see if we can find this Lockman sub first. It was one of the snipers builds. So not an optimal build, but very usable as a ground loot weapon. 0 recoil on this thing because of the rifle stock and the laser primarily. I believe the Huntress, the suppressor, might also be giving you some recoil control, and of course the vertical foregrip is going to give you hip recoil control. But when I say 0 recoil, that's I'm referring to the ADS recoil, which is very manageable on this ground loot Lockman. This is the one that the sniper, one of the bosses in Koche, is always going to drop. But that's takes a lot of time to get all the way to that point where you can loot that, and finding it in a crate is really good. Does have the 50 round drum on there rather than the 40 round extended mag, but usually I don't. This thing is kind of its own thing, so I don't really like to change it up at the buy station or at a workbench, because I'm so familiar with using this thing, and it's a really good ADS SMG. It kind of has a little bit of an AR reach, so it's like kind of a backwards cast off 74U. This does qualify as a hybrid weapon, although you won't want to try to hit you know, your mid-range shots too much with this thing. It's not going to have that damage ramp up that ARs have. So it's very strong in that in that border area between a close range and a mid-range fight. That's where this thing is really going to shine when you're going to want to lock into ADS. It probably has pretty good hipfire characteristics because of that vertical foregrip, but I believe the AccuShot is a ADS laser. Let's just take a look at that real quick and just verify. We can go to our laser. Let's see, it's the 5 milliwatt AccuShot. So that's an ADS laser. So that's why it's so strong. That's why it's a 0 recoil weapon, ADS. But the vertical foregrip is gonna help you in the hip fire capacity. So mainly an ADS build for that SMG, where typically you're going to want to build an SMG for a good middle ground between ADS and hip fire. Maybe what I would call like a hip fire toggle, where you're like constantly going in and out of hip fire. That's how you're going to want to build most of your SMGs, and that's how you would ideally want to build a Lockman as well, but that's kind of a special case. That's another ground loot weapon that is very good out of the box, and that you don't really need to spend any resources min-maxing. It's already kind of, it's got its own min-max locked in out of the gate. This is a special laser, so you have to level up a marksman rifle, the Lockwood Mark II, probably the worst weapon in the game. So a huge time sink to unlock this laser. So it's a nice little bonus that that's one of the reasons why that sniper build, which I have saved just to train with, why the sniper build is a viable option. Here I've got the sniper build saved, but I don't have that laser unlocked, so I have to default to a different ADS laser, the VOK. But this is the closest I could get it. It's just that one laser attachment is the only difference between the actual weapon and a recreation. But since it is an ADS, SMG, you only want to bring the. I mean, you're going to bring in. You only want to bring in an ADS SMG if you're fully kitted, so that you don't have to suffer the mobility disadvantages that it gives you. You're going to have a little bit more tankiness as a fully kitted operator in a 3-plate carrier system to tank some of those shots that you're going to have to eat as you're locked into ADS and trying to put shots on a guy. If he's using an SMG, he's probably not going to have an ADS SMG. It's probably going to be a hipfire toggle style or a true hipfire SMG. So his strength is you're gonna be fighting him. You're gonna be wanting to fight him at a range a little bit beyond what his SMG punchiness, a little bit beyond his preferred range, which is a very close range fight. So if you can get that fight to just a few more meters of distance between you, you're actually going to end up winning that close range fight, that SMG fight, with an SMG with this ADS style SMG. And this is a good kind of counterplay to a shotgun user, because you're going to be able to put him down quickly because you have an SMG, but you're going to be just beyond his one-shot range with this thing at its maximum distance. So you don't have to back all the way out of the engagement and turn your back to him, or spend time repositioning where you could be shooting. So that's a kind of special use case for this SMG. And the other SMG we were able to bring out was one of these 5 attachment Vaznevs. And I think whenever you find a 5 attachment Vaznev, it's always going to be in this configuration. It's going to have that red dot sight on it. It's going to have I believe that's a hip fire laser, the Choreo. Just verify that in a second. Most importantly, it's going to have that 45 round extended mag. It's going to have a vertical foregrip, the lock grip precision 40, and it's going to have the Lacerda compensator. So the vertical foregrips are always going to give you hip fire. That is the reason that you're picking a vertical foregrip over an angled foregrip. When you get what you get with a vertical foregrip is more hip fire, but you sacrifice some mobility. So just keep that in mind. So there is an exception to this rule. There is the, let's see if I can find it here. Let's see, let's go to our ARs, and let's cycle over to our underbarrel and go all the way to the right for our vertical foregrips. I believe, let's see, yeah, I believe it's the Hex 40 that is kind of the exception to this rule, and the Pineapple might also do this, but the Hex 40 is actually going to improve your ADS aiming stability as well, your ADS recoil control. Those are two different stats, but it will help to improve your ADS fire. Bizarrely, it's not listed in this in the pros and cons, but I've heard Quicks mention this, and he's played the game a lot more than I have, and he's a much higher skill player than I am. So I'm going to take his word for it, and this was something that I heard him mention in a stream quite a while ago. So I don't know if I would recommend you take the Hex 40 grip, the vertical foregrip, over some other type of foregrip or other attachment option, but he did say that the Hex 40 will, even though it doesn't say so, he feels as if it gives you better ADS fire on an AR. So that's something to consider if you want to try to do some testing on that yourself. I would encourage you to do so. But generally on an AR, you're not going to want to use any type of vertical foregrip because you're always going to be locked into ADS on an AR. You're always going to be fully locked into ADS, firing, intending to hit targets at medium and long distances. And so you're getting nothing out of building an AR for hip fire. And that is one of the weak points of the TAC 56, is it has atrocious hip fire. But you know, that's really not something that you're trying to build for anyway, because the TAC 56 excels at medium and long ranges, and its fire rate is relatively low. So you're not going to want to build a TAC for a close range engagement anyway, just because of its fire rate. Although it is quite punchy, and it does do decent damage in a close range fight, like the fire rate is really gonna nip you. You're just not going to be able to output enough damage to, especially against like an SMG user. So I would not recommend a vertical foregrip on any AR. Possibly a high fire rate AR like the M13 Bravo or something like that, or the M13 Charlie. That might actually be a consideration for a future build that I'll experiment with the M13 Charlie to see if that's worth it. But generally you're going to want to go for an angled foregrip on an AR because it gives you straight up recoil stabilization in some cases, and it gives you aiming idle stability in most cases. I think every single one of these angled foregrips gives you aiming idle stability as the first point in the pro list, and from what I can gather, that the listing, the order in which those pros and cons are listed is from most to least. So you know, the phase 3 the phase 3 grip, for example, is going to give you most aiming idle stability first. Then its second uh, you know, benefit is hip fire accuracy, and it's going to give you the least amount of recoil stabilization of these three that it gives you. And the biggest drawback it's going to give you, it's going to impact your aim walking speed the most, and it's going to impact your ADS time the least out of those two cons. So it's going to impact your ADS time less than it's going to impact your your walking speed. So I believe that they're listed in order, kind of like an ingredients list on like food packaging. You know, whatever's listed first, that's going to be the highest concentration ingredient in that particular food item. And then whatever is further and further down the line, it gets less and less and less. Let's see. So now I do have all three of my insured back. Just going to quickly reset my tacticals and lethals. And I'm going to leave that revive pistol Bing Chilling right there for the moment. There's something else I wanted to go into. See if I can remind myself. Oh, the M13 Charlie with a vertical foregrip as an experimental option. Let's see. Oh, I picked up this 4-attachment Lockman 5.56 that I've never seen before in Koche in a previous regain run, and it's kind of it's a really bizarre build because of two attachments. It's Stovall laser box and it's pineapple grip, and these are two attachments that are hip fire attachments, and this is not typically something you want on your AR. As I just stated, you're going to want everything that tunes out for ADS. You're gonna be fully locked into ADS when you're using an AR, and you're going to do a minimal amount of hip fire toggle because you're relying on your aim, and you're going to be missing slightly. You're not going to be missing in a major way as if you're hip fire toggling a SMG because of the speed at which your target is going to be moving the closer he is to you. So just to go into hip fire toggle really quickly. Hip fire toggle is when I'm going to lower my volume for you real quick just in case I accidentally fire while I do this. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just toggling my ADS in and out, and when you're the reason you're doing this in a gunfight is that you're bringing yourself in and out of ADS to realign your front sight post with center mass. And you're having to do this in a case where you're either you're fully in like full auto fire and you're like pulling off the target, and I'm trying to like exaggerate it here. So in that case, when you're intending to hit all your shots through ADS, like in every single AR engagement you're ever going to be in, when you start pulling away from the gun kick and you're not compensating accordingly with your right aiming stick, instead of dragging it back and fighting it through full ADS force, the quickest way to reset your front sight post to center mass is actually going to be, if you're like just barely missing, you know, sometimes you can really force yourself through just aim alone, changing your view alone to get back on target. But sometimes your quickest option and your highest damage output option is to actually disengage ADS, use your right joystick, your view, to get back to center mass with your crosshairs and to re-engage ADS. And what this looks like in practice is something like this, like very, very quick. And this is actually, you're doing this while you're holding the trigger down. So you're constantly firing while you're doing this. And this is a way to continue your damage output on the target, because as you can see here, the crosshairs are going to open up and they're going to close as I go into full ADS until it zeroes in on the front sight post. You can see it move in and out as I'm in ADS, and I go out of ADS, it's going to widen up, and it widens even further as I move my player model. So this is reflecting the spread of your bullets. So this is a tighter spread, and this is a looser spread as I'm starting to move my player model around. And so I have the potential to hit my rounds in anywhere within this crosshair right here. So as I'm ADS toggling, I'm keeping a relatively small, tight circle, a spread of where my bullets are going to be impacting. And I'm also re-engaging the benefits of ADS. So I'm getting a kind of like snap-on effect, and I'm only having to move my right view stick very minimally to get back on target. So ADS toggle is something that you're going to be doing with an AR a lot as you're just slightly missing. So something like that. So at the end there, I'm missing to the right, and so I'm toggling my ADS to force myself to get back on target, rather than there where I'm fully locked into ADS and I'm not ADS toggling, and I'm using my rotational aim assist by moving my character model in a circle, or just slamming the stick one way or the other, either left or right strafing. So there I'm ADS toggling, and I'm ADS toggling once I can sense that I'm not getting any more hit reg on this guy with the hit markers. The hit markers are just not appearing. So you're doing that at long distance less frequently because you're fully locked into ADS, and when you start missing is when you'll pull yourself out of ADS. And the more you do that, the more frequently you do that at a longer distance, just the more shots you're going to be missing. But you can do that at like a medium distance, at like 20 meters here, for example, and not suffer too many missed shots. And so ADS toggling on an SMG is going to be doing the same thing, but the enemy operator that you're fighting is going to be blitzing left and right as quickly as he possibly can to get your ADS, to get your aim assist broken, to throw your aim off. So if he's like blitzing left and right, you're like missing right behind him usually, or you're overcorrecting and you're shooting in front of him. And so ADS toggling, and this is even more exaggerated like the closer and closer you get. The closer you get to someone, the easier time you're going to have of completely what they call breaking your camera. You're going to be, so like for example, if this is a guy here and he's moving, from my right to my left, he's going to, at some point at like 90 degrees, he's going to be completely out of my view. And I'm going to be missing absolutely 100% of the shots that I'm taking anywhere here, anywhere within my, 112 FOV. Even if I spam wildly, you know, I'm not getting anything. And if somebody's this close to you, and they have some kind of close range fighting tool, and even if they don't, they still have melee and they still have an execute option if they can get completely behind you, 180 degrees at your back. You never ever want to let anybody take your back, because that opens up just a much easier kill for them, and even an execute, which is something that you cannot stop. It's a melee kill that you have no counterplay against. So when someone is in a close range fight to you, you're zipping and weaving and getting around them and tack sprinting as best you can to get completely behind them so that you can quickly melee them down or execute them. And so ADS toggling in an SMG fight, in a close range fight, is going to look like, you're going to be ADS'd here, he's going to move really quickly, and you're going to pull yourself out of ADS completely until you get the guy back in your crosshairs, or until he's close enough to your crosshairs to where you can start to sight in again. And so ADS toggling on an SMG is going to look a little bit different than AR SMG toggling, and it's not going to be quite as quick. You're going to be doing this at a higher frequency with an AR than you are an SMG, and the reason for that is just the player movement is much more dramatic in a close range fight, and it's much higher stakes too. So you're going to be, if this is a guy here, we're in an SMG fight, we're constantly doing this kind of dance with each other and throwing in some jumps to throw off his aim even further, and doing a drop shots on each other to get us to completely lose each other in the sights of our own weapon. So you can see this trash can is completely blocked by my weapon when I'm fully sighted in. And so you're going to be ADS toggling with both an SMG in a close range fight and an AR in a medium range fight, but it's going to look slightly differently, and you're going to be doing this kind of number on an AR fight or on a longer distance SMG fight. And the other reason you're doing that is to not let this happen to you, where you're completely lost. You've lost the guy completely in your own weapon picture, where the weapon itself is blocking a visual of this guy. So that's why you're ADS toggling in an SMG fight. Here I don't want to drag all the way down. I'm going to miss 100% of these shots until I get on him, at which point my ammo is depleted and I probably don't have enough to create an armor break or a down. And so if I continue to fire and pull myself out of ADS, I'm actually going to hit more shots on him than I would if I were to stay locked into ADS the entire time. So you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4 shots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shots. So most of my shots are missing above him as I have lost him in my sights, and so if that were like a full magazine, I've wasted more than half of my magazine on 100% missed shots until I get to him. So obviously I'm doing no damage to him until that point, and the damage I am doing to him, the damage potential is reduced because I missed all those shots there. So now I'm empty. I've only put 4 shots into him. He still has at least 1 armor plate in. I'm completely broken because he's drop shotted me. He's hitting every shot, or he's also pulled himself out of ADS enough to hit a lot more shots on me. Until he can get back into a preferable full ADS on me to hit 100% of his remaining shots on me. So that's just a little note about ADS toggling and its use cases. So you're also ADS toggling if you're going to snap onto a guy and you're just barely, not centered on him. You start to ADS here, you just pull yourself out, ADS back real quick, and you'll get this kind of lock-on effect with aim assist on a controller. And especially at like medium to long ranges, this can be quite dramatic and very noticeable. It almost looks like aimbot. If you're practicing this and you know how to do it, if you kill this guy and he gets a kill cam of it, he's gonna be like, oh, that's when he turned on his aimbot right there. Did you see that? You know, so that's just a uh, it's an unwritten rule that you should start taking advantage of there. It's a built-in feature of Call of Duty's aiming system, and you need to start using that to your advantage. Aiming is, as a concept, it's 1,000 of these things happening at once, 1,000 of these little tricks and points of knowledge that's all like coalescing into you know hitting your shots. It's a whole bunch of these things happening at once, and you need to have an understanding of all of these little bits of minutia to be a very effective aimer. And Call of Duty is definitely an aiming game. You have to know how to manipulate your ADS, your movement, your rotational aim assist, what it is and how to engage it. If you're just sitting here just firing and trying to yank your shots down with your aim stick only, uh, that's just one component of the aiming concept, and you're not using 99.99% of the rest of the aiming concept. So, and that's probably how most guys are still aiming, even if they're like Call of Duty veterans. Um, Most guys don't take the time to like read patch notes and really think about why different Call of Duty games feel uh, the way they do, how they differ from each other. Um, and in current versions of Call of Duty, these are things that the game's developers are constantly tracking and adjusting. And so if you want to be competitive, or if you just want to be better and to uh, have more fun at the game and make the game more enjoyable for yourself, you don't have to be a 80-hour a week sweat lord to have passable, decent aim. All you need to do is just pay attention to a couple of these aiming points and stitch them together into an aiming concept for yourself. And all these things I've learned um, just by playing this one game mode. And this is not considered to be a competitive game mode. Um, this is officially a dead game. It's never going to be updated again. Um, Most people that are, well, I don't know about most people, but a lot of people that are playing this game competitively are, they're using glitches and exploits and even outright hacking uh, to make themselves into, you know, competitive players. They're not doing it the right way, and the right way is just to be a student of the game and to think and feel your way through the game. Nobody's gonna the top level, you know, Call of Duty coaches, the esports coaches and stuff. They're not gonna give you lessons for free. They're not going to do anything for you. You're gonna have to pay a lot of money. It's like going to the gym or something. It's just all the hard work is going to be done by you and you alone. And even if you have a top tier coach, they're not going to lift the weights for you, you know. And it doesn't count if they lift the weights for you. That's going to be making them stronger. That's them training themselves. There's no way to lift the weights for you. So you have to do all the heavy lifting. And if you do a little bit of that heavy lifting, just as warm up before you hop into a match, before you want to relax for an hour or two during a weekday or for a longer session during the weekend, it will pay off. And all you have to do is just load into the firing range and work on this stuff and think about it and, talk about it with just yourself, with your buddies that you play with. Maybe write some of this stuff down. You could even create a training regimen for yourself if you want to. Write this stuff down, and just as you would write down a workout for the gym, you know, that's kind of my approach to getting better at this game, and it really makes the game more fun and more enjoyable, and it's very rewarding to kind of nerd out about the game in this way. Um, my own play has improved a lot since I first started. I was an absolute bot when I first started, and that really impacted uh, my perception of myself and my confidence, because I was like, I've played video games my whole life. I've always loved video games. Um, they're uh, very special to me. Um, I didn't have a lot of friends that took gaming seriously or competitively, and so I spent many hours alone doing this stuff and having to figure it out myself. And that it was actually the fun part is learning to trust yourself and figuring out systems to your build a positive image of yourself. And these are not things that you have to parade around or brag about to other people. Your actions are always going to speak louder than any words you utter. And if you just take a little bit of time to think about this stuff and train on it in a productive manner, you're just going to have more fun, and and people are going to take notice of it too. Like, one of the cool things about this game is, this is a feature in many, cooperative or multiplayer games now, but um, when your teammates die, your POV will be loaded into their uh, system, and so they'll be able to watch you play, and they'll be able to watch you make mistakes, obviously, but they'll also be able to witness your triumphs firsthand. And there is nothing more satisfying than clutching a 1v3 or 1v4 situation in DMZ, and just completely flooring your friends, and or just random people that you've linked up with. And people will comment on that a lot these days when I play, and when I'm forced into a clutch situation, um, oh, I can't believe you play on controller. You look like a mouse and key player. I can't believe you play on a PS4. Uh, you know, you move like a demon. Like it's these are really nice things to hear. And but that's not going to happen unless you actually put in the time and effort to get there. So anyway, um, let's see, what else did I want to go into? M13 Bravo from the Chemist we pulled out earlier. Again, not a top tier weapon, but I like it. It's fun to use a high fire rate AR. It's really fun to absolutely burn people down with a high fire rate AR and uh, have good recoil control with it, and you know, hit a a good amount of your shots with it. Um, it's a high fire rate AR is like, you know, people say like uh, a laser beam. It feels like you're being burned down with a laser. Like there's nothing you can do to avoid that incoming damage if somebody's accurate with the high fire rate AR. And it's very demoralizing as a player to be burned down like that, um, because you know that it takes a high amount of skill to do that. Anyone can hit a lucky shot or two, but if you're fully mag dumping someone and just laser beaming them down, uh, that's very scary. And you know they're going to communicate that to their teammates, like, "Oh my God, like like where did this guy come from? Like he's cheating. He's you know." They're going to unintentionally start demoralizing their teammates too. It's a huge psychological um, trick, and that's a reason why I use the AP rounds uh, on my ARs. You know, it's a big uh, it's you're inflicting psychological damage as much as you're inflicting HP damage to them, and that will, you know, that's about halfway to winning a gunfight. There is just completely psyching out your opponent, you know, making them double think everything that they're doing, making them doubt their own skills and abilities, making them doubt their survivability, um, getting them to retreat, you know, getting them to just full on run away, just get away from you. You know, uh, if you're in if you can get them into flight mode rather than fight mode, then you've basically already won. You know, um, so let's take one final look at our pretty good looking contraband stash here. M13 Char. Let's revisit this guy. So let's go to our M13 Charlie. I've got a Mark 1 build here with, it looks like, so I have an ADS laser on it. I have the armor piercing rounds, which is an absolute necessity on an AR. And I've got a compensator and an angled foregrip. And I think before we were talking about uh, building this thing out with the M13 Bravo stock for better recoil and aiming stability. We have to throw on the uh, gigantic mag. We have to throw on our AP rounds. And then I think we were talking about a suppressor for added uh, bullet velocity and damage range, and very nice bonus, that recoil smoothness, and maybe a vertical foregrip, I think. see what this behaves like real quick without that. I'm gonna sit down in my gaming chair and lock in here for a second. Oh my god, that's very bouncy, even with the better stock on it. I kind of want to keep the shorter barrel just for the mobility, but so maybe we have to put a ADS laser on this thing. Let's see if it makes any major improvement. It actually is a noticeable improvement. It's not great damage at its maximum effective range. Still pretty bouncy. It's actually a pretty good TTK time to kill at its close range. But let's see here. And I'm not even going to waste my time trying to engage a target at like 30 meters, because this is what's going to happen. I'm going to barely get a down with a full mag dump on that guy. And there I was doing a little bit of ADS toggling, so I was able to get it down with one round left. know if this weapon is really worth it. Doing some like SMG hipfire toggle with this thing. So I'm actually not ever really fully engaging ADS. And bizarrely, that's more accurate than fully locking into ADS. Especially at that medium range. But I don't know if this thing would be worth it to take in as an insured, because I'm always playing with an AR anyway. Like a proper AR, a medium to long range AR. I don't know if it'd be worth it taking this thing in versus like a 74U, even though its fire rate is much higher. I'm gonna have to carry a stack of AR ammo in my pocket to make this thing work. Having to fire this thing differently than I've fired any other weapon, with like a weird SMG ADS toggle. maybe nobody uses this weapon for a reason. On the rare occasion you do see an N13 Charlie, somebody's like built it as a bootleg N13 Bravo, or they'll build an N13 Bravo as a bootleg N13 Charlie, and they're kind of missing the point of both weapons. But I don't know why I wouldn't just use an N13 Bravo or a cast-off 74U. Both of those choices are going to do, a cast-off is going to be it's going to do the same things as this weapon should do, but the cast-off is also going to be able to reach out to longer ranges, to proper AR ranges, and still output reliable damage without having to ever run into an ammo issue. It may work as a canted weapon. But even then the recoil is really all over the place. This is just not a good weapon. I don't know. Maybe I have to figure out the forbidden technique with it, but I don't know. We're going to shelf it. Just going to quickly blank slate myself with the insured weapons. Give me a little bit of headspace to think about what I will want to do my very next run. Really wish I had more built out tacks. I only have 3 tacks to play with, and none of them are built out anywhere close to proper. One thing I like to do for regain runs is I'll actually bring in a contraband weapon uh, you know, sometimes in addition to an insured weapon, but sometimes just by itself. And I'll bring that contraband weapon, like this TAC 56, for example, that has really no attachments that I would want to use on it, and bring this weapon in, bring in cash, and then, you know, work my way to a workbench and tune and fully build it out in the workbench, and then extract from there, so that um, I kind of repair the weapon in game. That's the only way to to do that with contraband weapons. You have to do it in a live match, and that's a little bit more stressful than bringing this in as, like, you know, when you're having to dip into your contraband stash after you've exhausted all of your insured with in a hunting party with teammates, and because you're no one is watching your back as you're, you know, dialed into the workbench with your back turned to the world, and you're just scrubbing through menus, you know, completely vulnerable. So that is something I did a lot of in the past, but kind of got away from as I became more of a hunter and started rolling with other hunters that, you know, it's much easier to do that kind of thing when you have a couple people watching your back for you. Um, but you know, I'd also want to be like maxed out on cash before I did that, so that I'm not. And that is something that you want to do. Like, you don't want to do that naked. You want to do that when you're fully kitted. Um, so that if you do get collapsed on while you're in the middle of a workbench, uh, you just have better survivability. But these tacks are not in good shape, especially these ones with holotherms on them. They're, like, to me, completely unusable. Um, at least this one has, like, some kind of like holographic sight, and the sight picture is not uh, terrible. But that would be something I would like. I wouldn't bring that in just by itself. I'd bring that in a backpack when I'm fully kitted like this, and I would bring in an insured to as my main as my fighting tool. Something like, I don't want to bring in a tack, um, like my preferred tack build, because that's what I'm doing with that contraband tack, is like I'm trying to transform it into this thing from this thing. And this, actually, it's even a worse case than this thing, because this thing is immediately usable after you hit a workbench and just delete one attachment. That is the optic. But these other tacks are like are completely unusable right now. Um, you know, these would be okay once I these ones with the holotherm would be okay once I delete that holotherm. It does have a 40 round mag versus a 30 round mag, but it's not much of a difference. Um, you know, I'd rather take in something that I could that I could use in an emergency because of its sight picture. It's a holographic sight versus a holotherm. Even though it has 10 less rounds, I can probably put those. I can use those 30 rounds more effectively than the 40 rounds on a holotherm optic tack. But I would take in, like, I would do this. I would like load this in into my backpack, and then I would take in not a, even though I would want to, I'm probably best with this weapon, I wouldn't want to take this exact weapon in, because this is the weapon that I'm trying to turn that tack in my backpack into. And you can't extract, you can't even pick up or hold two weapons of the exact same build. The game will actually allow you to do that, but you kind of have to trick the game into doing that, and as soon as you drop it and try to pick it back up again, or whatever, the game will be like, oh wait, no, you're not allowed to do that, I just remembered. So I would actually, if I'm trying to build out a tack like fully with 5 attachments, I would actually bring in a completely different weapons platform, like an M13 Bravo, an Advancer, or a Kastov. And I would load in like this. I would load in with like an empty slot in my primary to avoid the hand glitch. I'd load in with my fighting tool, whatever AR platform I've chosen. And I would load in with my contraband weapon that I intend to repair at a workbench in my backpack slot. And I would just leave this in my backpack slot the entire time, the entire raid. I just leave it in there, tune it from the workbench in the backpack, and never equip it. If I get this thing fully built out, I might actually like stow my Kastov in that scenario and use my newly built out tack to, kill a Vaznev bot, put a Vaznev in my primary slot, and now I have an AR and SMG combo, and now I'm like, can play normally after that, and can choose to hold on to that insured weapon or not, depending on if I find any kind of desirable contraband in match. So that's what I would do. This is what it would look like if I were loading in with the intention of building out a contraband weapon. Again, you never want to put a weapon in your primary slot because of that notorious hand glitch that the game will randomly deal you. And there are many kind of like how-to guides, and if you've dealt with the hand glitch a lot before and you know the remedy, it's not a big deal. But I just don't like dealing with it, period. And I don't like having to go through the hassle of, bug fixing something that can cost you all of your progress, all of your gear, um, you know, destroy an entire raid, and like set a negative tone for a play session. So I just don't even ever load in any weapon in my primary slot. The only case that I would do that is if maybe I'm like fully kitted, and I really want to bring in my own loadout, SMG AR combo, and I have like something to deliver to a teammate, like a sniper rifle or something like that. But that's risking, my own loadout to make a special delivery to a teammate. So that might be a case where like my teammate he's burned all of his insured, he has 0 contraband, and this is like the one weapon that he's really good with. But even in that case, I'd be like, let me just give you something, from my one of my insured slots. Let me, give me your build. I'll build it out. I'll bring it in for you. I'll stow it in the backpack, and I'll give it to you from there. I'll just play with one weapon. Just pick up a secondary in the game. That's why it's important to be comfortable with ground loot and to find a type of weapons platform as a ground loot that you are familiar with and that you like. For some players, it is the cast-off 74U, like uh, this is what a bot Vaznev is going to look like. Just absolutely naked, like a -1 attachment gun. It's going to have a stockless mod on it, and a bot cast-off is going to look like this. It's going to be the same thing but worse as a bot Vaznev. It's going to be a stockless mod, and it's going to have a 20 round mag versus its default 30. And I've seen players that actually like to run this thing, like Yolando. I mean, I think there are much better ground loot options to choose from, and getting to a workbench and just at least if you want the mobility of the stockless mod, okay, but why would you ever want 10 less rounds in your magazine when all you have to do is just delete that, get 30 rounds? And I mean, I can't imagine that is impacting your mobility so much that you are willing to sacrifice um, you know bullets from a gun that shoots bullets. Like, that's I don't know, maybe it's just like a gigantic handgun at that point. It's like an Obrez or something. um, but that's a really bad like, you find this weapon everywhere. Like, a lot of the bots are, you'll think that you're like running up on a bot that has like a Vaznev, because they look very similar, like from a distance, especially if you're like on a low end system like I am. And you get to a guy, you're like, oh, thank God, now I have a secondary, and it's like one of these things, and you're like, God damn it. I can't even, uh, and like you'll pick it up and it'll be like the mag will be empty or something, and you'll have to like reload, and then now you've like wasted 20 rounds of your AR ammo to load into a completely useless 74U. Um, but I mean, just take it to a workbench, just 1, 2, and there you go. Now you've got a decent AR. Um, you've only got 15 effective rounds, but that's better than 10 effective rounds. Those 5 rounds could be the difference between an armor break or a down or securing a kill, and all that happening to you or a teammate. But I can understand why someone would keep a stockless mod on a 74U or a Vaznev. It's you're probably using it in hipfire as much as you're using it ADS, especially in extreme close ranges. But I think you're not sacrificing much mobility for a whole bunch more aiming stability and recoil control with that like hollowed out stock, that wire stock almost. Not quite a wire stock, but stamped like sheet metal stock. Again, that's one of the 2 reasons that you're using this weapon anyway. It's the stock and the barrel, the shortened barrel, and the mobile yet accurate stock option. And I don't know why, but this gun just feels good. Like it's very punchy. It's like it hits very hard. And a lot of times when you use like a low rate of fire weapon, you're like, where is all my damage? Like, aren't I supposed to be getting damage out of this thing? Like, why is this guy not dead? Why am I reloading right now? He should be broken already. He should be down. He should be dead. But instead, I'm having to load in yet another magazine to finish this guy. This is actually it's a fun weapon to use. It took me a while to figure it out because it's just so, when you pick up something like that, like looks like this, you're like, ew. Like, why would I use that? Like, what are the possible upsides of using this weapon? It's like, yeah, I guess I can run a little faster than I would with my regular AR, but why would I intentionally pick this thing up and run at a hostile soldier with it, Like, this is also a weapon that it actually sounds better unsuppressed than it does suppressed. A lot of guys will run the some kind of suppressor on this weapon, and I don't know exactly why, but the a suppressed version of this weapon is like, even though it looks right and it's like in previous Call of Duty games and IRL, and a commie block operator is probably going to set his up kind of like this with a suppressor on it, maybe a laser box, something like that. But it doesn't sound right. It's like the gun, when it's unsuppressed, actually, it's, well, first of all, it sounds like a bot gun because it is a bot gun. So, um, that's some like audio deception. Like enemy ops are gonna think that just a bot is shooting a, a ground loot 74U, and they're gonna underestimate it, and they're gonna be blindsided when this thing starts smacking them. Um, and because they're underestimating it, they're probably not going to be facing it, like like facing it with their camera. So they're going to be smacked in the side of the head or in the back of the head or in the back of the chest with this thing, and they're going to start thinking immediately, oh my god, these bots are out of control. These bots are doing such crazy damage. And then only when they're broken or like right before a down, they're going to be like, oh my god, that's an enemy player. No. And that's probably the best way to get a kill there, is like to um, not even have a guy like look at you before you can like completely break him or down him, because he doesn't know where your shots are coming from. It's being confused with uh, the sounds of just bot fire all around him. Um, and it sounds meaner when it's unsuppressed. There's something kind of like wimpy sounding about it when it's suppressed. It's like there's something mean about a high fire rate weapon when it's suppressed, like like an M13 Bravo sounds really really good when it's suppressed. It sounds scary when it's unsuppressed, but when it's suppressed, it just sounds right. Like it sounds correct. Like if you hear this thing lighting off, it's like, especially if you are getting hit with it, it's very scary. Like if you have no visual on the guy, if you don't know exactly where he is, and he starts lighting you up with this thing, you really do start to panic. You're like, oh, like you're getting laser beamed. You're just getting burned down from some unknown window somewhere, some unknown angle underneath you, above you, you know, 91 degrees out of your periphery. Very, very scary. Man, these are hideous. I don't know why people spend money on weapon blueprints or skins or whatever. I mean, the weapons just look so much better without any skins on them at all. I wouldn't even be using the gold camo on the tack if it wasn't for me working towards like progression on the weapon, just doing challenges. I don't like using the gold camo on the tack for a couple reasons. One of the reasons is a purely functional reason. It actually will refract light off of it in a disadvantageous way to you, and that really matters to me because I'm an iron sight user on this weapon, and so your face is much closer to the weapon itself, and therefore all that light feedback is coming directly into your eyeballs more, especially in like broad daylight, you know, in Al Mazrah. And this happens when you're ADS toggling, when you're reloading, even when you're just standing or scanning with your weapon at your hip. You can kind of blind yourself with this gold camo. And the other reason is that it just looks gaudy. It does not look right. It's not a gold AK or anything, and there's just like weird like texture. You can see it there. It's like why does it look like that? Like it looks like it's like wrinkled or like spoiled. Like looks pruny on that rear grip and the stock. Just looks really bad. Looks like it's, you know, like 90 years old or something. It's a very bad look, I think. And the weapon is just, it's cooler looking with like normal spray paint camos. Like these kind of camos, you know, that's much cooler looking. It's not as offensive to the eye, and you know, a camo like this, like a really basic kind of level, like what is this? Get the TAC 56 to level 2. Okay, I'll kill a couple bots with it. Get 50 kills with a TAC 56. All right, that's, you know, definitely doable. One of the best weapon platforms in the game. One of the best ARs. You know, definitely doable. You know, get a cool reward for it. And, you know, almost any camo you put on this thing, because it's so like blocky, it has a lot of surface area, like flat surface area. The camos really stand out and they shine and they look cool, you know. And so you can like this camo, the tunnels camo from the ISO 45, it looks really good on this weapon. You know, one of its own camos, the Hidden Snake, looks really, really good on the weapon. Probably look even better on like a PS5 or a PC. You know, the classic kind of camos with it. Even this camo, this is one of the camos that should look good, but really doesn't on any weapon that you put it on. But it's still like kind of interesting. But this, you know, this is a classic kind of camo. You know, a camo like this will, even though it's very light, like tonally, it will like really pop and kind of is doing a lot of the same things that the gold camo is doing. It's refracting a lot of light back into the operator's eyeballs. It actually blends in pretty well with most of Al Mazrah, like most open desert. So it's actually kind of doing its job of camouflage. You know, and even these more tacky camos, like, I can kind of appreciate a little bit more of the artistry of the camo, even though it's like not a good camo. It's not a great piece of artwork. Um, you know, it does look better on the tack because of its wide surface areas. I used to run this camo for a while back in the day because it was a camouflage camo. It was like an intended use type of camo. It helped to blend into, especially before the update several seasons ago, where they added a lot of green, a lot of grass and things like that uh, to the map's floor, like the ground level, to kind of break up the monotony of the brown desert, kind of make the map a little bit more visually interesting, make it a little less oppressive for players to spend time in. Kind of like a snow blinding effect. They add a lot of greenery a while ago. And that was a really good improvement to the map. This, I think, is probably one of the coolest camos for this particular weapon. It's an original camo for this weapon, um, and it's a cool reward for getting 10 double kills, which is a lot harder than it sounds, especially on DMZ. I mean, if you're doing this, you know, all these camos I've earned through DMZ only. I've not bought the game. I don't have multiplayer, so I'm not sitting in shipment or what have you, any kind of multiplayer map, just like having kills like just walk in front of me with guys that have, like, you know, base health 5 HP. Like, everybody dies in like 2 shots. Um, like I've explained before, when you're fighting in Warzone, which is what DMZ is a mod of, when you're fighting in a game that has an overshield system, you have to kill them once to destroy their overshield. You have to kill them a second time to reduce their base health down to 0, and then you have to kill them a third time when they enter a down state from their base health being reduced to 0. And so you need to do that, you know, 10 times 2 to get this camo. I think it's a good reward for doing that. In a game like DMZ, in any extraction shooter, that's tough. But especially when it's like, you know, in when you're doing it against like vehicles, against explosives, against kill streaks, against many more things besides just other guys shooting their guns at you. When you're having to negotiate bots, when you're doing it from weird angles and weird positions that you're confronted with all the time in Al-Mazrah, when you're doing it from within buildings, into buildings, from without, you know, there's so many variables that can happen in just the normal run-of-the-mill fights that make DMZ and Al-Mazrah, its premier map, so special. And that's why I've spent so much time with the game. You know, it really is one of the best first-person shooters that I've ever played. and it's a shame that they just let it go, you know, let it rot. Um, this kind of speaks to the state of the games industry. It's like they let these treasures just be cast into the sea, be buried, you know, rotting in a gutter somewhere. Like, this game could have been a franchise defining pivotal moment for Call of Duty. And I think it was when it was being cared for and tended to by the developers. Had a very lively, active user base. Probably still the most lively, active, dedicated user base of a dead game to ever happen in the, you know, online gaming multiverse. It's a part of me wishes that, like, they'll keep the servers of this game online forever, and you know, you'll be able to revisit it like 10 years in the future. But that's, you know, I understand why that can't or maybe even shouldn't happen. Um, but you know, why not? Like, why not? Why not put one intern to work on it for like $11 an hour and have him start patching the code, and you know, have like a team of like 3 moderators to like keep the cheaters and the hackers at bay. Like, not even, you know, not even worry about the glitching or exploiting, just the cheaters and hackers alone. But you give, you know, one hungry kid that wants to get his foot in the door in the gaming industry, just set him to work just fixing the code of this unfinished game, and you can keep these servers online forever, you know. Get the game back to a playable state. I know of a lot of, you know, father and son duos that play the game. It's a very cool thing. Like, Call of Duty is one of those franchises that is historic and could be passed down between father and son, and you can play the game with your kid. Um, you know, that's very cool. Yeah, but even the ugly camos are, you can see what the artist was kind of going for, see the intention. But I mean, this is a, you know, this is a hideous camo that I would never use, but it's cool to look at. It's cool to scroll over. I think this one looks good. This is it's a TAC original camo. more than halfway there, guys. We're getting towards platinum. Guys, right here, I'm going to sign off, take care of some stuff IRL, and I will resume our tour of DMZ and Al Mazrah in the very near future. Thanks for tagging along. I hope you learned something, and I'll catch you guys in the next one.